to order at 7:02 p.m. Would you all please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You okay?
Okay, just a couple of announcements.
Don't scare me.
First, we have joining us tonight Sarah Wilson from Drake Loeb Attorneys, filling in for Dominic Cordisco tonight. So welcome, Sarah.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
We do have 6 voting members present tonight. Good attendance, thank you. Robbie Ladella mentioned that he would not be able to make it tonight, so what I'd like to do is appoint Kevin O'Connell to serve as a voting member for the entire evening, if that's okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, let's start off with the meeting minutes of the March 9th, 2023 meeting. Board to approve and adopt those. I had sent some non-substantive corrections to the planning office. Do any members have any other comments or corrections that you would like to make to those?
No.
No.
All right, would someone like to make a motion to approve and adopt the minutes of the March 9th, 2023 meeting?
I'll do that, Mr. Chair.
Second.
Fred moves it. Anthony seconds it. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, that passes 7-0. So the first item on tonight's agenda.
Yours is right here.
No, I was looking for the...
First item on tonight's agenda is Rombout Fire District Station 2 Site Development Plan. Board to review submission made by the applicant's representative requesting an extension of the resolution of conditional final approval adopted on September 8th, 2022. Is the applicant present?
Mr. Chairman, Albert Roberts, attorney for Rombout. I just wish to indicate I am the 4th attorney to be involved in this. I understand there is an issue with the site plan. I didn't know anything about that. I just got involved, and I just want to clarify for the record that there are some easements and negotiations with adjacent property owners, and I was advised that I was authorized to speak directly with the town attorney, not the planning board attorney, but to coordinate some of the water and sewer arrangements. The rest I have to defer to the board. Sharon Forbes is here from Rombout for any input she can provide. So I have to turn it back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. But basically, I understand that the request for the extension is because, as you were beginning to indicate, several of the conditions, which I think were outlined in a letter from Larry Poggi, have not been able to be fulfilled yet because of those kind of, either further discussions, negotiations, or receiving of materials. So first, let me just say that the board is fully supportive of the fire district building and the new fire station, and we want to be as helpful as we can in any way that we can. A little story, I was passing by the site of the proposed fire station yesterday and saw that the site is fully under construction. Not only had clearing and grading been done, a full building foundation has been set and the building frame has been partially erected. As I looked at the site, I asked myself, how is it that this is happening without all the relevant conditions of final site development plan approval having been completed and without the site development plan having been signed by the planning board chair? Me. I would know if I had signed it. which is why the applicant is requesting the extension, of course, of the resolution of conditional final approval. So, several other questions came to my mind. Has a building permit been issued by the building department? If so, it appears that such issuance of a permit seems like it's in direct conflict with the Town of Fishkill Code. There's section 15095, approval required, that says no building permit shall be issued and no structure or use shall be established other than a one-family dwelling or accessory uses until the zoning administrator is satisfied that all applicable requirements of the code have been met. That would include the applicant fulfilling all of the conditions numbered 1 through 14 in the resolution of approval that we're talking about tonight, and the signing by the planning board chair of the final site plan drawing set as stated in the resolution. And then, oh yeah, by the way, there's section 11B of town code. No building permit shall be issued for a use listed in chapter 150 zoning as subject to special permit or site plan approval, except in conformity with the procedures set forth in the applicable sections of chapter 150. So a number of people and myself have had some discussions about this over the day, spending way more time than I cared to spend on this because I had a lot of other materials to go through for the meeting and didn't get to do all that I wanted. But nonetheless, I had spoken with Sarah Wilson, our attorney for the night, and asked her if we perhaps should go into a closed session before we discuss this further to seek legal advice of counsel. So is that something you think we are able to do, Sarah?
Yes, we can do that.
Okay. So for board members, if you would like to find out a little bit more about this, if you haven't already, is there a motion to go into closed session to seek legal advice of counsel?
So moved.
All right, Felix moves it. Is there a second?
Second.
I think Jody seconded it. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, so I will ask the indulgence of the audience and the applicant to please wait out in the lobby area. The board will have a hopefully not too long discussion, and I hate to do this during the beginning parts of the meeting, but okay.
Debbie, did you call me at around 4? I have a voicemail from the Town of Fishkill. I was traveling, so. Okay.
don't know.
Well, one problem is this cord doesn't, oh, here we go.
Is your mic on?
There we go.
That's great.
Is my mic on?
Yeah.
Yeah, I couldn't get it to get
Yeah, there you
closer to
go.
me there.
Yeah, I couldn't tell if it was on earlier.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it might be mine, it might be wrong.
It might not have been on, yeah.
We'll find out when we hear the meeting later on.
Yes.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Sorry for the delay, but I think we made some progress in some directions that we can take tonight. I wanted to just start by asking John Bodendorf, our engineer, to just give a brief description of his visit to the site today and what he saw.
Yeah, it really was just a quick, almost drive-by type look at the site. I didn't have enough time to walk it, but clearly the foundation for the building has been installed and some of the framing for the building has been erected. So that's what I will say is there does appear to be some erosion control in place, which is good. And I do believe they do have coverage under the state speedies permit because we signed off on the SWIP acceptance form back in January. I didn't get confirmation from the DEC, at least I couldn't find it in my email, but I'm assuming they have the proper coverage. The only thing I'm concerned about is once construction begins, SWIP inspection should be done on a regular basis, and I'm not sure that that's being done at this time.
How would we go about making sure that it is done? Can you maybe contact the building department and remind them?
I can certainly contact the building department, and I can contact the engineer for the project to see if they have been asked to do any inspections at this point. I'm not sure what the status of that is. This all came to light today, so there is a little bit of homework I need to do. But as long as, if construction is going to continue, they really need to start adhering to that because it's really the town's responsibility to make sure that proper inspections are being done. Not that they be done by the town, but that they adhere to the state's requirements.
Okay, so, yeah, we would appreciate it if you would follow up on that.
Will do.
So the planning board certainly is going to attempt to remedy this situation so that the fire district can proceed in a proper way. The town code does not appear to specify a time period for an extension of the resolution of final site plan approval. So one thing that I'm suggesting is that the planning board consider approving a 30-day extension at this point of the resolution of final site plan approval, which will go to October 8th, 2023. But then also a couple of other things I think would help the situation a lot. So one of those would be for the applicant to submit a written report to the board by the submission deadline for the September 14th meeting. That deadline is what, Debbie, like August?
That is August 30th, the Wednesday at 2:30.
And that report should document what permits have been issued by the town for what kind of construction and when were they issued. And for the applicant to appear at the September 14th, 2023 meeting to discuss the situation further prior to the board considering an additional extension of the resolution of
Did you say
approval.
September or?
September, yep. September 14th is the next meeting. And
August 30th is the deadline.
August 30th is the deadline for submissions. So then also my thought is that the applicant should submit requests for that additional extension, just to put that in writing, and for the board to consider a possible amendment. So this would also be a request by the applicant for the board to consider a possible amendment to the resolution of final approval to modify that timing requirement for fulfilling conditions 2 which is the stormwater maintenance agreement, and condition 14, which is the Ocean State job lot easement.
Can I just address the...
Sure, well, let me finish
Okay.
the thought, and then I'll let you go ahead. So the idea would be that if the applicant requested that the approved site plan resolution be modified or amended to address those two conditions, those could be conditioned prior to the issuance of the first certificate of occupancy on a building, as opposed to prior to the signing of the site plan. All the other conditions, as far as I'm aware, from what we've heard from the applicant, is that the other 12 conditions have all been either fulfilled enough or moving along toward fulfillment that they very soon could be able to be brought together as a package to the planning office for Debbie to confirm that all those conditions have been met, Debbie and the whole team. And then we'd be able to go ahead, once that happens, and I as chair could sign the site plan set, and then that would take us out of this problem area that we're in, this gray area of not really being sure where we are. So go ahead, and if you have
Well,
questions.
Mr. Chairman, please understand, I knew nothing about this until today, like the rest of you.
Neither would we.
Okay. But when I first got involved, there were notes left from prior council to prepare the stormwater management agreement and easement. And I immediately prepared that and sent it to Town Attorney Steve Gaba. That was well over a month ago, and I haven't heard from him. So I just want to confirm that at least with the town board documents and negotiations, that I am not violating the planning board rules by going to the town attorney. And for instance, this thing is unraveling to be much more complicated than I was initially told. But Ocean State job lot, we have to go on their site, negotiate an easement with them to connect to the existing town easement, and then there's a three-way agreement, and with all due respects to the planning board attorney, but this has to go through the town board. And I just want to verify that I'm not violating any of your rules by dealing directly with the town attorney, Mr. Gaba.
Well, we could address that toward the end of when we finish up with your item tonight. The planning board basically can authorize you as the attorney for the applicant to do exactly as you're suggesting, and then we should be fine.
Okay.
So that's basically what I'm proposing. We talked about it a little bit in the closed session, and I think the board is in agreement. I don't know if our attorney, Sarah Wilson, has any other thoughts you would like to add at this point before we try to put a motion together.
I do not. I think that covers everything, and I think that that is correct. A lot of this falls under the town attorney's umbrella, excuse me, umbrella, so authorizing that communication would be essential to everything continuing in a forward direction.
Actually, why don't we do that motion first, since it's a verbal motion. Would someone like to make a motion authorizing the applicant's attorney to be able to communicate directly with the town attorney to discuss and work out the conditions that remain unfulfilled in the resolution of approval?
Mr. Chair, I'll make that motion.
Fred moves it. Is there a second?
Second.
Felix seconds it. Any further discussion?
No.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you.
Any, whatever that's called? We're fine, all right. That passes 7-0. Okay. So, is there a motion to approve a 30-day extension of the resolution of conditional final site development plan approval for Roundabout Fire District Station 2 to October 8th, 2023?
So moved.
Bob moves it. Is there a second?
Second.
Jody seconds it. Any further discussion?
No.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, so that motion passes. So the approval is extended to October 8th. So just to summarize and make sure we're clear on it all, so consideration of further extension of the conditional final approval will be contingent upon the applicant submitting a written report to the board by the submission deadline for September 14th, for the deadline for the September 14th meeting, documenting what permits have been issued by the town for construction on the site and of the foundation and partial building frame, and when they were issued, and for the applicant to appear at the September 14th meeting to discuss the situation further prior to the board considering the additional extension, and also for possible consideration of amending the resolution of final approval regarding timing of fulfilling those two conditions that we talked about. So in order to do that at the September 14th meeting, the board will actually have to authorize our attorney to prepare that amended resolution. So that would most likely then be ready for the board's action at the October meeting. So, but if the board does grant an additional extension of whatever number of months, and I think it probably would be prudent for you on behalf of the applicant to suggest a time frame for the additional extension of whatever number of months you think it's going to take to work out those additional details. You know, whether it be 2 months, 3 months, or 6 months even. There doesn't seem to be any definite, time restriction or constraints on how long the extension can be.
Okay. The only thing, like I said, I'm learning this as I go along. There's a number of agreements that have been discussed with the town board, with other property owners to connect, and this is a work in progress, we'll say. And I hopefully will be able to get as much information to you between Larry Paggi and myself. In the interim, can they continue to work on the site? They have, and this much I know, they have contracts out which are bonded, and the firehouse had to go to bonding to get the money to construct this. So this is quite a fly in the ointment, we'll say, to keep this thing going and within budget. And I just need to know how to proceed.
So Sarah, would you like to address that?
Sure. So it's our understanding that there are permits, works being done. There's no authority in the town code or town law for the planning board to issue any type of stop work order or seek stop work on this project. I don't think that's the board's intent whatsoever. So as far as this board is concerned, they have no objection or say over whether work continues. You have the permit, so we would...
I just didn't want to create a further problem.
No, understood.
Right. And neither do we, yep.
Yeah, so until those permits are addressed by the building inspector in any way, then this planning board is...
Well, I'm sure the engineers will be working on this tomorrow.
Understood.
Okay.
All right, so I apologize on behalf of everybody involved with this, that this happened, but again, it's not our fault, it's not your fault, and hopefully we'll get to the bottom of what happened.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you, board.
Thank you.
Johnson Trail.
That's all right.
I don't want to electrocute myself.
All right.
I didn't want to say nothing earlier.
Yeah, thanks. Okay, so we're going to move on to the next item on the agenda. No, we're not going to do that today.
Just wanted to ask.
We're going to do that on September 14th. Okay, Johnson Trails 5-lot subdivision, board to review submission made by the applicant's representative on July 26, 2023, requesting a readoption of the resolution of preliminary approval that expired on July 12, 2023. Welcome, Mr. Gillespie. if you can just give us a quick explanation of the circumstances behind this request.
Sure. Evening all. Just a little over 6 months ago, we were before you last time, and this board went ahead and graciously granted preliminary approval to the project. Since that point, we've been working with the health department, right, relative to the lots, and we have to drill a test well, and the attorney, the client's attorney, has been working directly with the planning board's attorney relative to some of the documents for the road dedication and things like that. What should be happening, or what should have happened, is we should have submitted a request for an extension of this approval in June and been here for July. Time got away from us a little bit, so when we kind of figured out the time frame, it had passed. So there is a provision that allows for us to come back to you and ask for a readoption rather than an extension, okay? So that's why we are here tonight. Effectively, the plan is still the same plan that you saw. We're going to still pushing through with the approval agencies. You know, we suspect we'll be back in here in maybe 2 or 3 months looking for our final, but that is the long and short of it.
Okay. Any questions or comments from board members before we move along?
No.
Any legal aspects that you would like to talk about, Sarah, on this?
Not at this point, but perhaps later.
Okay. We will reserve you a spot for that. I had a couple of observations, as I always seem to do. So condition number 7 in the resolution of preliminary approval required submission of a draft agreement to implement the tree preservation plan, satisfactory to the planning board and its consultants. I do understand that such a draft was created, and the draft was sent directly to our planning board attorney, Mr. Cordisco. What I'd like to do is to request that that same draft agreement be submitted to the planning board prior to the September 14th meeting for discussion at the September 14th meeting, at which point we can also obtain the input and recommendations.
So you want that by August 30 again?
Yeah, that would be the date for that, yes, sir. So that we can obtain the input and recommendations of our planning board attorney. But the way that requirement was worded was specifically supposed to be for the planning board's further discussion, because that was an issue that was very important to the board as a whole. And then condition number 8, of course, authorized the clearing of the trees on the site consistent with the restrictions on timing of tree removal due to the Indiana bat. And I did recently visit the site, the outskirts of the site. It was also on the same day that it was pouring rain when I visited the roundabout site, so I didn't bother getting out of the car, but I could see that the tree clearing had occurred. But what I would like to know is if the applicant can confirm that no trees were cut within the tree preservation area. If that's somebody's cell phone, would you please turn that off? Silence it at least, please. Thank you. So I'm asking if the applicant can, we can wait until that's off totally, thank you, or else we'll ask you to leave the room. So, as I said, we would like the applicant to confirm that, in writing actually, that the tree preservation area was not disturbed during the cutting of the Indiana bat situation. And so I'd like that also before the deadline for the September meeting. And I'll just added to that, I'll note that there was discussion at the January 12th meeting where the planning board did grant approval that actually even prior to the felling of the trees, a tree preservation plan indicating what will be involved with the tree cutting and how the trees to remain will be preserved. That was supposed to be done, and that never happened. So that's why I'm asking now, before we consider going ahead with consideration of the readoption of the resolution of approval, I'd like to make sure that the planning board gets that documentation.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to clarify something.
Okay?
At the January 12th meeting, and you can verify this by looking on your videotape recording of that meeting, at approximately, and I believe it's 4 hours and 38 minutes, this board adopted a separate resolution
Right.
authorizing me to discuss directly with Mr. Cardisco, which is why you weren't, because there's wording language that, he would have to approve. There's no guidelines in your code for this. And while it's a good idea, not all good ideas are legal. And, at the same time, we're trying to cooperate.
Right.
So it was somewhat new to him, so we were trying to work out the wording. And then I got a series of emails saying I wasn't permitted to talk to him. And that's when I went back to the video. And again, it's somewhere around 4:38, 4:41 of that evening's video. And I just want to clarify now that I would like to continue the conversation with him so that we can wrestle out any of the technical legal issues so that we can be prepared to discuss it with the full board when we return.
What I want to make sure happens is that the planning board, before this gets too far along, because I know what happens with these legal documents, there's some substance in that document that I want to make sure the board sees before it gets too finalized, in quotes.
No intention to avoid the board.
So what I'm still asking is that before any of that happens, that you just submit that draft document, or if you're not comfortable with it yourself, to revise it, but submit that document to the board.
We'll have it to you on Monday.
And let's not worry about what happened before or didn't happen before. Let's move ahead and see if we can work this all
Well, the
out.
question is how do I proceed to resolving it?
Well, we can discuss that further at the September 14th meeting. In other words, I would rather not have any direct communications between now and then between you and our attorneys, because I think what we need to do is just make sure we have the document in our hands and be able to discuss it in a substantive way, not in a legalese way. And then after we do that, then we can authorize such communication, further communication. So that's what I would like to do.
It's your board.
So I would also like to ask the board and John Bodendorf and Sarah Wilson what the thoughts are on whether another public hearing should be held by the planning board prior to consideration of readoption. It was somewhat controversial, and there were many neighbors who spoke at the hearing. And we actually did, I recall that we did hold that hearing open for 2 nights. So it's just something to think about, and if we do want to do that, we probably should, think about scheduling a public hearing tonight. But what do board members think, and what?
Mr. Chair, on that point, the
Mhm.
majority of the people were complaining about the authorization to put a entrance in off of 82 for this subdivision. And that was what 99% of the people complained about. And the letter we got from DOT said,
I know.
no, they would not allow it. So I don't understand what we would have another public hearing for.
That's what I wanted to hear your thoughts on.
Okay, I just don't see that, and we extended it, and the people who came back, exact same thing was said. I don't remember, the only other thing I remember somebody saying is the lights coming out of the road might hit him, and they adjusted that. I don't see a need for a public hearing at this point in time.
I agree with Fred.
All right, how about down on this end?
Exactly.
I recall that discussion, and I read the letter, so I don't see a reason, as long as that's no longer part of the plan.
And I would like to state for the record, there are no substantive changes to the site or in the surrounding neighborhood, so there are no changes to be concerned. And what the other board members have said is my distinct memory also, sir.
Any other thoughts, Sarah?
I would concur with Mr. Roberts that if there were substantial changes to the project, then perhaps a public hearing would be appropriate, but without that, the public was afforded an opportunity to speak, so I would not think it's necessary, but of course defer to the chair and the board.
Yeah, John, any thoughts?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, at this point, the only thing that might change slightly is some of the septic locations based on their dealings with the health department, and that should not be a concern that would necessitate another public hearing.
So the next question, I'll ask all of you. And again, we are going to be, waiting to get that additional the documentation that we requested for September 14th. But does the board feel that it would be appropriate to authorize our planning board attorney to draft a resolution, readopting the resolution of preliminary approval for possible consideration at the September 14th planning board meeting if the discussions on all that go well? So again, this would be contingent on receiving the written confirmation that no trees were cut in the tree preservation area and an indication of how trees remaining are to be preserved. We could either discuss that, or if somebody would like to make a motion to that effect, I would entertain.
I would make that a motion.
All
I
right.
would second.
All right, so Anthony moves that, Felix seconds it. Is there any further discussion?
Yeah,
Yes.
perhaps one point
Okay.
we should put into that same document, and that
Okay.
is that there's adherence to the letter from the DOT.
Okay, well, we could do that. I think once DOT gets involved in these things, they pretty much force themselves into the matter.
Yeah.
But it wouldn't hurt. Any other discussion? All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? So that passes 7-0, and we look forward to seeing you all back at the September 14th meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman
Thank you.
and board members.
Thank you. Welcome, Ms. Axelson. Good to see you.
Nice to see you all.
So we are here next to talk about the Fishkill self-storage site development plan and special use permit. Board to review submission made by the applicant's representative on July 26, 2023. Draft full environmental assessment form, Part 2, draft FEAF, Part 3, and draft positive declaration. That's all been distributed to the board and I presume to the applicants. Have you seen that all? Okay. So, welcome. I know that, so there was a submission made on July 26th. If you'd like to fill us in on what's in that.
Certainly. Good evening. My name is Allison Fausner. I'm an associate from the law firm Cuddy & Fader. Tonight I'm covering for my colleague Alec Glad. With me tonight is Ashley Lay from AKRF, and she is also covering for her colleague. So a bunch of new faces. It's not an important night or anything. So we're appearing before you in connection with our continued seeker review of the proposed self-storage facility. Since we were last before you, we did submit an additional response letter, as well as a letter from my office and revised drawings that indicated the alternative proposal would also include a reduced building height of the self-storage building at 25 feet. So that's a 5-foot reduction, and that's another factor that's going to be included in our alternative proposal. We also included the letter from AKRF, which I'll let Ashley summarize.
So AKRF provided a memorandum responding to the previous draft of the EAF Part 2, as well as the draft positive declaration on July 26. We believe that the additional data and information provided is sufficient for the planning board to reach a negative declaration on the project. We have reviewed the revised EAF Part 2 and the revised draft positive declaration, and we do believe that a couple of the moderate to large categories have been misapplied based on the thresholds in the DEC EAF workbook. In particular, we'd like to note the following. The project is not anticipated to result in any significant adverse impacts to aesthetic, open space, or recreational resources. The project would be partially visible, but it is not in sharp contrast to other existing land uses in the area. The public views would be from 9D as well as the Trail of Two Cities, but both of those traverse urban areas with buildings of similar character. Because the project would be screened with evergreens and is not in sharp contrast to the surrounding land uses, there will be no diminishment of the designated resource. Further, because there are existing land uses of similar scale, design, density, and dimension, the context of the scenic resource does not change. The project is not anticipated to result in any lighting impacts. A limited number of lighting fixtures are planned for parking and safety lighting. All fixtures will be dark sky compliant, and no glare or light spillage on adjacent properties or roadways would result. And lastly, the project is not anticipated to result in any significant adverse traffic or transportation impacts. The project will not generate a significant amount of traffic or demand for transportation resources such as sidewalks or bike lanes, nor would it impede access to existing sidewalks or bike lanes. We would welcome the planning board to schedule a public hearing on the project in support of reaching a determination on the zoning, as well as inform the seeker process if that is one of the concerns of the board.
So, are there any questions from board members at this point? And then we'll ask Liz to run through the seeker documents in draft form that she prepared.
No.
Questions or comments?
No. Let's hear from Liz.
All right,
Mr.
let's hear from Liz.
Okay.
Wait, Fred.
Question?
When we talked about the traffic, way back when, people who are coming off of 84 cannot make a left-hand turn going into the project. And they have to go into Beacon to make that U-turn, or however they're going to handle it. And I don't know if we got any response from Beacon regarding that, because it's creating a, quote, some sort of hazard or something, you know, for people to make that U-turn later on. I know the applicant said we're going to give them note of how to do it, but I don't know, because the note they were going to give is going to go, the traffic's going to go into Beacon. And that's a fellow, you know, our neighbor. I don't want to see anything adverse regarding that.
Yeah, I don't think we heard anything specifically from Beacon. But
I don't know if we told them.
Yeah, I know that's been a continuing issue, though, during our discussions.
I mean, should this planning board submit something or ask something from Beacon Planning Board or the town board or the city board, excuse me, city, regarding that problem?
It's a good question. I was looking at Debbie's chair, which is now empty. I was going to ask her if there actually was a referral to the city of Beacon. I don't know that for a fact.
Or did we circulate for lead agency?
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't remember.
I don't have that in front of me.
And I would imagine if the board does go ahead with a secret positive declaration that that the board could circulate to the city of Beacon, I guess they would be an interested agency, certainly.
Right.
But I don't remember whether this was circulated.
So, Debbie, we have a question for you.
Sure, I'm sorry.
So we're talking about notification to our neighboring municipality of Beacon and whether any notification on this project had ever been sent to them.
I'd have to look at the file.
And so the follow-up to that question is whether or not, I don't even remember, this has been going on for so long, how we've handled or whether we've handled lead agency notice of intent yet, and whether they may have been on that document as well.
Can I pull the file and I can answer the question?
Yeah.
Anyway, while
Can I
Debbie...
add one thing, John, if you don't mind? I know that we haven't closed out with the county planning, I don't believe yet, as far as a complete
Right.
application.
Right. This has been sort of an ongoing back and forth between the applicant and the planning board, and the project has been changing, and we've been getting new information as we've been going along. So it's been a little bit difficult to keep track of the whole process, and I think that's one reason at this point, that we're going to seriously consider the secret documents that Liz is going to be running us through. But meanwhile, we'll move on to that, and Fred will try, we'll try to get you an answer, Fred. So, Liz, the floor is yours.
Okay. And I guess I did prepare these and send them on August 10th. And I don't know if the board has had opportunity to look at.
Yes, we have.
I've provided you a full EAF Part 2. Part 2 is the identification of potential project impacts. And I don't imagine, Jonathan, you want me to go page by page, but maybe to touch on the moderate and large impacts?
Yeah, I think it'd probably be appropriate to cover the ones where yes at the top is checked, and then run through why.
Yeah.
I don't think we need to talk about the ones that were checked no at all. That's pretty straightforward.
Okay. So if the board will follow along, and of course, one of the reasons that we're doing this is so that if the board has any questions about how full EAF Part 2 is done or comments, please speak up. So impact on land, there was a moderate impact noted. This is on page 1 of 10 of the full EAF Part 2. Item 1F, a moderate impact, the proposed action may result in increased erosion, whether from physical disturbance or vegetation removal, including treatment by herbicides. And then going on to page 2, no impacts were noted on geological features. Same with impacts on water. Item 3, no impacts were noted there because there are no wetlands or streams on the site. And moving on to page 3, impact on groundwater. It was checked yes, but the impacts are all small regarding water supply wells and wastewater discharged to the ground. Number 5, impacts on flooding was checked no. And same with impacts on air on page 4, that's number 6. Impacts on plants and animals was checked yes, and item B, reduction or degradation of a habitat used by rare, threatened, endangered, and I've added in there, project site may contain Indiana bat habitat, and that's checked as a moderate impact. Going on to page 5, there's another moderate impact under impacts on plants and animals. On page 5, item J, about halfway down the page, proposed action may involve extensive removal of vegetation, including wooded areas. Again, moderate impact. Number 8, no impacts on agricultural resources. And moving on to page 6, question 9, impact on aesthetic resources, and this is where several items are checked as having potentially large impact, where you see the 3 asterisks. The action may be visible from an officially designated federal, state, or local scenic or aesthetic resource, Trail of Two Cities, a Hudson River Valley Greenway Trail. Item C may be visible from publicly accessible vantage points seasonally and year-round. Those were both checked as potentially large impacts. D, the situation in which viewers are engaged would be routine travel by residents or recreational or tourism-based activities. Those are both checked. Significant large impacts. And then E, proposed action may cause a diminishment of public enjoyment and appreciation of aesthetic resources. And E, there are similar projects visible within the following distance of the proposed project. That means, are there other storage projects in the area? And the closest one is in that realm of 1/2 to 3 miles. There is one north of the project, north of I-84, so that was marked as a large impact. And G, also still on page 6, the proposed action may involve extensive removal of vegetation, including wooded areas. That's another potentially large impact. So that was a significant area, was impact on aesthetic resources. Item 10, impact on historic and archaeological, was marked no because they did receive a response from the State Historic Preservation Office indicating no archaeological or historic sensitivity would be affected. Page 7, impact on open space and recreation, that is checked yes. And item E, item 11E, other impacts, the proposed action may involve vegetation removal and construction of a building, changing the character of the area visible from the Trail of Two Cities, and that's marked as a large impact. Number 12, there are no impact on critical environmental areas. There aren't any critical environmental areas on the site or the area. Impact on transportation, this is the top of page 8. Item 13, D, E, and F, and those all have to do with, I'll kind of paraphrase, D, degrading existing pedestrian or bicycle accommodations. E, alter the present pattern of movement of people or goods. And other impacts, the proposed action may result in adverse impacts on traffic access and circulation on Route 9D and Route 9D/I-84 interchange area. And then continuing on page 8, no impacts on energy, which is number 14, and 15, there is an impact on noise, odor, and light. A small impact is noted at the bottom of page 8 regarding blasting because of that potential for rock removal. Top of page 10 is still part of question 15, and it notes moderate impacts up at the top. Light shining onto adjoining properties, and light creating sky glow brighter than existing conditions. Again, those are moderate. Impact on human health, there are no impacts noted. And then consistency with community plans, there are a lot of impacts here. A, the proposed action is different from or in sharp contrast to current surrounding land use patterns, that's a large impact. C, it's inconsistent with local land use plans or zoning regulations, and that's a large impact. And again, you'll see in the POS deck that we've noted the recent adoption of the town's comprehensive plan update in May 2023. Inconsistency with county plans is a large impact. And down to G, the action may induce secondary development impacts. And H, the proposed action may involve vegetation removal and construction of a building, changing the character of the area visible from the Trail of Two Cities. Again, a large impact. And again, on this page, consistency with community characters also a big impact. And both of these have to do with land use, but also what are we seeing from the surrounding area. So under consistency with community character, number 18, D, interference with the use or enjoyment of officially recognized or designated public resources. That walkway along there is enjoyed by folks coming back and forth from Newburgh and Beacon and entering Fishkill. Proposed action is inconsistent with the predominant architectural scale and character, that's item 18E. And 18G, other impacts, the proposed action is inconsistent with the character of adjacent and nearby residential, community, tourist, and recreational neighborhood areas, and that's also a large impact. So that's part, fully AF Part 2. Fully AF Part 3 is a form that refers you to the seeker negative declaration, and the form is marked to indicate.
Or a positive declaration.
A positive declaration.
As the case may be.
So, any questions at all on fully AF Part 2 or changes the board wants to make?
I just got a question.
Go ahead,
What's the
Paul.
Trail of Two Cities?
What?
What's the Trail of Two Cities?
The Trail of Two Cities, okay. I don't know if you're familiar with the Hudson River Valley Greenway. Okay, so the Hudson River Valley Greenway is a large compact that runs in the counties up and down the Hudson River for a certain distance. The town of Fishkill is a greenway compact community. There are a lot of standards and things in your code that are related to that.
Trail of Two Cities?
I have a printout, if I can bring it up to you if you want to say.
That'd be great.
Thank you.
It runs from Newburgh and goes across the bridge, and then it runs down along 9D and goes into Beacon, and it goes through Fishkill and into Beacon and circles through neighborhoods and goes down right across the train station from Long Dock Park.
In front of the project site, it's the sidewalk that runs along 90.
Exactly.
Thank you all. I've only lived here my whole life. I've never heard of the Trail of Two Cities.
Well, it is part of a regional greenway trail system, which is going to be expanded even more when the Hudson,
Like I said, I never heard that term.
when the Hudson Highlands Spear Trail is completed within the next number of years.
This region is rich with trails. You don't have to look very far. Anyway, so
Yeah, so are there any other specific questions on the EAF Part 2 that Liz just went through?
I mean, I think a lot of the impacts that Liz checked off are definitely, I think some of them are, the ones that she checked as moderate to large may not be moderate to large. I would consider them maybe small impacts. That there are definitely a handful that I would consider moderate to large, and that would include item 13 on traffic, 17A and C, and 18E and G. In my mind, those are the largest moderate to large impacts in my mind. Some of the other ones mentioned under moderate to large, I would probably classify more as small, but that's...
Well, also, you need to note the asterisks next to the box, because that's indicating the 3 asterisks as large as opposed to moderate.
Yes.
The ones I mentioned, I would consider 3.
I didn't catch them as fast as you did, and of course, this is the board's decision-making document, so it should be
Right.
changed.
So for me, 13,
13,
anything that was checking 13, I think is 3 asterisks, if you want to call it the major.
Wait, 13?
Wait, 13.
Transportation,
Okay.
page 8.
13. Yeah, she had D, E, and F.
I think those are
You think those should all be,
3, which they are,
should be,
but 3 asterisks.
okay,
Yeah.
Or are they 2? Yeah.
they are all 3, meaning large.
Okay, I might have an old version.
Oh, okay.
17A and 17C.
I'll come back.
17A being the land use components being different from or in sharp contrast to surrounding land use patterns, and then C being proposed action inconsistent with local land use plans or zoning regulations, and then 18E.
Are you saying they should be
3.
3? Okay,
are
good,
three,
good, keep going.
All right, I'm
This one-
looking at it, and then 18E and G.
So I would
Okay.
agree with you, but the question to the applicant would be, what are the mitigation plans, given that those particular large impacts are viewed as large by the board?
Well, no, that's not the question
That's
for
not the
now.
question right
Right now, we're focusing on the environmental assessment form. When we get to when we get through that,
An old version then.
if we do end up adopting a positive declaration and requiring an environmental impact statement, that's where mitigation measures will be addressed. But I'm just wondering how we're going to do this, because, individuals might have observations and others may have other observations.
Yeah,
How we're going to put this all together.
I think...
Well,
Mr.
why don't
Chair-
we,
I'm sorry.
go ahead.
Let
First,
Felix
yeah, I
finish.
was going through it also, and, yeah, I think we need to go through this together to kind of see if we agree on the different impacts, because, yeah, I'm in agreement with Anthony on all of the ones he said. A couple of them, I think 13E and D, I'm not 100% sure. And 17D, I wanted to maybe clarify a little bit also, but the other ones, 17A, C, 18E, and G, and 13F, I all agree on. The other ones that you have as moderate and large, I didn't see them as moderate to large. So, that's where I'm at.
Okay.
But I think this is what we should be doing here, is kind of vetting out what the board members think might be moderate to large.
Yeah.
Or small, and we can try to figure, because at the end of the day, this is our document, right?
Yes.
Yes.
And would be the basis for any declaration made.
Yes.
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 So, yes.
Well,
So-
we're not making any final decisions here, but let's go around and see if anyone else has anything like that, any
Absolutely.
any other things that should have been marked higher or lower. I'll have my own reactions, but I want everyone else to have a chance first. Fred, any other thoughts? Fred?
No, because I had them off as three, the one project I had tested 3, so I have the latest one.
You do have the latest one?
Yes.
Yeah, well, I think we all should have the latest one, otherwise I don't know what we're doing.
Yeah. The latest one came a few days.
We got a lot of emails, but I do have the EAF form.
Yes.
Jody, do you have any,
No.
any changes, or Bob? Anything specific? BJ? Kevin?
No.
One thing I noticed in this whole EAF Part 2 is that there is some degree of overlap and duplication, because that's just the nature of the way the questions in the EAF are asked. And in those, I don't mind, indicating duplicates or overlap, because it's not like we're double counting. It's like if there's even only one significant potential impact, that's enough to require an environmental impact statement. I think it's been evidenced in going through this document that there are a number more than one. So I guess what we need to do somehow is figure out how we're going to narrow this down a little bit more. And we probably should focus mainly on if there are going to be any changes in that moderate to large category, because although if there are some, there's some value in making sure we get all of the small and moderate impacts properly categorized, the main thing that's going to affect the positive declaration, if we proceed that way, is making sure the differences between, moderate and large impacts are clear, because it's really the large impacts that are going to have the potentially significant impacts.
Do you want me to go back through and
So why
touch on
don't
the
we,
moderate?
why don't we do that and see if people
Okay.
can, and again, really only focus on those columns where moderate to large impacts were identified.
So the first time a moderate impact is noted is on page 1 of 10, question 1F. The proposed action may result in increased erosion, whether from physical disturbance or vegetation removal, including treatment by herbicides, and that is marked as moderate.
I think that's small.
Yeah.
Small?
Yep. I agree.
Okay, I would go along with small.
Okay. Is that sort of a consensus?
You have to read either.
Let's just say if anyone objects to changing that to small, let it be known now.
Okay, good. All right, and then going on to the next time we have a moderate one
Page 4.
is page 4 of 10, question 7, down at the bottom half of page 4 of 10. 7B, proposed action may result in a reduction or degradation of any habitat used by rare, threatened, or endangered. Project site may contain Indiana bat and habitat, and that is marked as moderate.
In the past, have we marked that as small?
Indiana Pat.
And we have mitigation when people can cut trees, and so, I don't know.
Yeah, there are notes added to plans usually where the seasonal restrictions to tree cutting occur. I know we had at one point suggested that the applicant submit a habitat assessment study, but I think that
This one.
recommendation kind of
got shot
dropped
down.
out a little bit.
Yeah. I
So,
don't think that was strongly supported.
so I don't mind changing that to small if others
Small?
want to do that.
Yes.
Okay. All right, and then going on to top of the next page, page 5 of 10, and it would be question 7J. Proposed action may involve extensive removal of vegetation, including wooded areas, and that is marked as moderate.
I don't, it was already, a lot of it was cleared prior when I walked in there, but I don't know how much of the building is going to take out the rest of the area.
I'd say moderate is probably okay for this one because it doesn't raise to the level of large, but there's a fairly good amount of trees that are going to have to be removed, especially, as I understand it, from the moving the
Near the
building to
frontage.
the north.
Yeah. Near the frontage, there's significant tree removal there. The landscaping plan shows kind of a wall of evergreens there
That's being
to replace it, but,
But again, it is removable. So I would be fine with keeping it as moderate, and again, that's not going to be a trigger for a pos deck, but it's a good
And it's-
indicator.
It's 84 too.
Okay.
okay?
All right.
All right, and then moving on to page 6 of 10, question 9, impact on aesthetic resources. There are several items marked as large impact on that page. I can read back through the questions.
Which one are you doing now?
I'm on page 6 of 10, question number 9. So if you go to page 6,
9A.
and it's question number 9, impact on aesthetic resources, starts right up at the top of page 6. And are you with me?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. So 9A is proposed action may be visible from an officially designated scenic or federal, state, local scenic or aesthetic resources, Trail of Two Cities, a Hudson River Valley Greenway Trail, and that is marked as a large impact.
In my mind, it's a smaller, just because they've provided plans showing that this was not going to be as visible. They provided mitigation toward that effect.
Well, I think from the description, I think there may be more of a description in the pos deck draft that that maybe it hasn't adequately been documented, and we need to see more information on that. So I would keep it as potentially large.
I would too. I would too. I would keep it large.
You've heard from a couple of people, so.
Okay.
And we heard the other way from more people.
Exactly.
Let's keep going.
Yep, keep going.
We're not gonna
Liz?
object.
Okay, should I go on?
Yes.
Yes.
The next question is item 9C, still on page 6. Proposed action may be visible from publicly accessible vantage points seasonally and year-round. Both seasonally and year-round visibility were marked as potentially large impacts.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
And these are sort of all linked together. I mean,
Yes.
again,
Yeah.
it's separated out in this chart, but it's
Yeah.
kind of adding up together as one lump sum thing.
It's this form's way of picking apart the aspects of impact. So should I go on to D?
Yeah, I think
Yes.
D is probably going to be similar to that.
Okay. The situation or activity viewers engaged in while viewing the proposed action is routine travel by residents, including travel to and from work, and recreational or tourism-based activities, and both of those, DI and II, are marked as potentially large impacts.
Yes.
Yeah, I would say yes.
I see heads, okay. E, the proposed action may cause diminishment of the public enjoyment and appreciation of the designated aesthetic resource, and that is also marked as a potentially large impact.
Yes.
Yeah, I would say yes.
Yes.
Okay.
And again, it's not like these are adding up to be a more,
Right.
you know, they really can all be kind of linked together and described and addressed in a similar way in an environmental impact statement, if that's what we end up doing.
Okay, and then the next item, F, again, has to do with there being a similar project visible within the following distance of the proposed project, and that was marked as 1/2 to 3 miles, and that F, impact of similar projects being visible, is marked as a large impact.
Is that existing ones or proposed?
I was just going to say that. I was just going to say that.
I'll read you the question, because this is an odd one.
Yes.
This used to be part of a visual EAF addendum, I believe. There are similar projects visible within the following distance of the proposed project. And then there are 4 possible ranges of distance of a similar project from the proposed project. And the first one is 0 to 1/2 mile. There is a storage place to the north, but it's more than 1/2 mile away.
Yes.
Yep. And then the next distance from the proposed action to the thing that's like it is 1/2 to 3 miles.
Yep.
After that, it's 3 to 5 miles, and then 5+ miles. So I, basically looking and mapping, indicated that it was the 1/2 to 3 mile.
I think really the purpose of this question is to say, like, is this a commercial corridor where there are, 2, 3, 4 self-storage units and gas stations and other things?
Right.
Where I don't really think that's relevant to what we're talking about here. It's really, this specific site is in an area that's quite different from a lot of the other parts of the corridor.
Yeah, the
So
corridor to the north is more commercial.
It's more commercial in my mind. So I'm not sure whether checking this as large is as important an issue because, yeah, there are other self-storage units. There's one existing to the north, and there's a proposed one further north. But that doesn't really tell you much about what's going on here.
So do you want that to stay as potentially large, or would the board like that to be different?
You have one at the other end,
Yeah.
52, which is
Well-
the old troop hunts.
Yeah, no,
The
we're,
one that's going to go to
I think we want to focus on this corridor.
Okay. That's why I didn't understand.
Yeah,
my
I didn't
question.
understand it either because, yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, if there's
Same
something
thing.
5 miles away, I don't think you would check this as large because it's just a fact that it's within 5 miles, but, so what?
Because of the corridor that the comprehensive plan delineated in that area, I mean, I'm guessing there's a lot going on in that area, and the board is probably going to be looking at these things to make sure that the designs are as aesthetically pleasing or well-designed or well-presented or landscaped, et cetera, et cetera. So it's that kind of question. If you feel this one is not as pertinent, you can change it, of course. This is the board's document.
Yeah, I would have no problem changing it to small impact. And it really doesn't change anything.
No, okay.
Okay.
Agreed?
Yes.
And the last one in 9 is 9G. The proposed action may involve extensive removal of vegetation, including wooded areas. Again, that's marked potentially large.
Yeah, when we covered that under 7, impact on plants and animals.
Well,
we
this is
checked that-
consistent with that.
We checked it as moderate,
That one was checked as moderate.
yeah.
Yeah.
So
We'll make it
I wouldn't
moderate.
mind changing this one to moderate as well.
Okay, we're going to change it to moderate.
Nothing like consistency.
Yes.
I'm sorry, we shouldn't have been ignoring you guys up at the podium, but I sort of did notice you had a hand up before, but if you had a comment back on one of the previous questions, you could go ahead and ask if you want.
I had a quote from the EAF workbook, but you ended up with a small, so we can.
Okay.
go on.
All right.
Okay.
And if I'm not looking up at you at appropriate times, feel free to make some noise or something, and I would certainly allow you to provide input.
All right, we're on page 7, and there's nothing here, well, no, there is a large impact. 11, E, under other impacts, the proposed action may involve vegetation removal, and construction of a building changing the character of the area visible from the Trail of Two Cities.
So to avoid complication, why don't we take out the reference to the vegetation?
I was going to say, yep.
Yeah.
Because we've already changed that to moderate. And just leave the reference
Construction
to-
of a building
Yeah,
changing.
construction of a building, and I would leave that as large,
Yep,
potentially.
so that stays large. Critical environmental areas, nothing there. Impact on transportation, top of page 8 of 10. Question 13D, E, and F. I don't know if you want to take those all together or do them one at a time.
Oh, one at a time is good.
Is there
Okay.
an existing sidewalk there now?
Yes,
Yeah.
there's
not very-
sidewalks on both
That's what I
sides.
said.
Not in very good shape, but if this project were approved, that would involve sidewalk
And they
Yeah, and that's
renovations.
And that's DOT has to prove that too, don't they?
And there isn't sidewalk, I don't think, all the way.
Yeah, but they were also saying they're going to put an extra lane in with DOT.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. You need to use the mic.
I'm going to put it on this side. Yes, ma'am. Hey, once every meeting.
Oh, that is there after all.
I mean, do we take that into consideration, the proposed extra lane?
I
They said they were
don't know
gonna
how, well, I mean, I'm assuming that they would be adding sidewalks anyway, if they do add another lane. Because there's a sidewalk already there. That'd be my guess.
Yeah. Because I don't know how they handle it crossing people, gonna
Actually,
make a
yeah,
right-hand
do
turn.
you know what the DOT plan is there for extension of the turning lane and the sidewalk?
My understanding is going to be right turn in, right turn out for this site, but I did
Yeah.
want to point out that the guidance in the EAF workbook for a small impact is that the project will increase demand for sidewalks, bike paths, bike lanes, and bike racks, but existing bicycle pedestrian facilities have the capacity to handle the increase, or the proposed project includes new connections or expansions of existing facilities. So since this is a self-storage facility, it's not creating new demand for sidewalks, and the existing sidewalks would be maintained or repaired as necessary.
I would say D is small.
Liz, comments? Or what do you think?
Well, on D,
D, I think.
Yeah, D.
I guess,
Mr. Chairman, I think that would be a small impact. Because I think the proposed action may actually, if they do the sidewalks, would make it maybe even better instead of degrading it. Because right now, those sidewalks are not great. I think it would maybe actually improve it, so.
I guess the one that I think pertains to what you're speaking about has to do with the, alter the present pattern of movement of people or goods.
I mean, well, that quote was specifically from the EAF workbook for question D,
D, yeah, that's what I'm.
but I can read the one
Oh,
from
okay.
E as well.
Yeah,
For
one-
E, it's existing roads and transit systems exist and have the capacity to handle added traffic, but minor signage and traffic signal changes may be needed. So we would recommend that one be small as well.
No, but you're introducing people in box trucks to the area who don't know how to drive box trucks. And are going to drive them through residential neighborhoods. That's the part that's unsafe to me.
And driving in a place where, I mean,
Watch somebody try to drive a U-Haul truck. They can't.
I've done it, and it's really scary. I guess
That might be
it's kind of, I don't know what the board has observed in that area, but
Oh, yeah.
it does seem to be a place where people are walking on both sides of the road pretty frequently. I don't believe that this project is going to add more walkers, because if somebody's going to bring stuff to or from a storage place, they're going to do it with a vehicle. They're not going to walk along with a box for exercise. So it's not going to increase pedestrian activity, but it will introduce more vehicular traffic in an area where people are walking. So that was, when I marked this up, that's what I was thinking. So I guess I feel like the item E, to me, seems more pertinent. Again, this is the board's document.
That I can agree with.
Yeah, I agree that E is definitely
But I don't agree with
important.
With which one?
D.
D. So that, the board would like to move that to a
Small, maybe, anybody?
Yeah, small.
small? Okay.
I think I can see that, because I think what the question is trying to get at for D is it going to actually degrade, for instance, an existing sidewalk without replacing it or improving it?
Right.
And the project and the DOT are suggesting that whether or not there's going to be a turning lane extension there, the sidewalk will inevitably need to be replaced, because just the whole access to the site is going to change, and in turn, the sidewalk will have to change as well.
So 13D will be small,
Yeah, let's do that.
and then 13C
I can
is,
see that.
I'm sorry, E, apologies, 13E. Proposed
stays-
action may alter the present pattern of movement of people or goods. Do we leave that as
Leave as large.
large?
Large.
Okay. And F,
Definitely large.
is the proposed action may result in adverse impacts on traffic access and circulation on Route 9D and the Route 9D/I-84 interchange area.
Could you get 4 stars?
Definitely large.
That stays large?
Yes.
Okay. And, boy, okay, so impact on noise, odor, and light.
Moderate.
There's a small impact at the bottom of page 8, so I'm assuming that will stay as is.
Yeah.
And you go to the top of page 9, and that is where we, what,
15B?
Yes.
15?
That's a small.
I thought I said small. Did I say the wrong thing?
Mine has it as large, no?
Oh, do you have
No,
another one?
large. What are we
Wait
talking
a
about?
minute, which one are we talking about?
15B.
15B? Well,
Mine says large.
No, mine says
okay, you may be on the wrong version of the draft.
moderate with a star.
Does it say August 10th at the top of the first page?
Yes.
Yeah, but I did.
Mine says moderate with 2 stars.
You gotta look at the top page, is it August 10th?
Yeah. The one we're looking at is dated August 10th on the first page.
Yeah, 15 on my updated version for B is small.
Same as mine.
July.
You got
Yeah,
the-
he's looking at the wrong one.
It's got the same date.
Yep.
It's fine if hers is correct, I just want to make sure. 'cause I'm
yours,
pretty
this
sure.
one is on the screen, does it have
No, it's the
that's small?
agenda.
Okay.
I have 15A is small, or no. 15B is no, small with 1 star, 1 dot.
Yep.
Yep,
15C is just, not just checked.
yep, so,
15D
yeah, if it doesn't have the
is
star,
where
it's
we're getting
no.
into large.
Let's go to D on page 9.
Top of page 9. Are you, it should
And I
be
believe
2
that's correct, because
asterisks.
you're going to add a commercial building next to residential.
Correct.
So that's shown as moderate, and I would say keep it as moderate.
And then E, also, same thing, it's 2 stars.
Yeah.
Large.
And that's moderate.
And light and created, because again, you're going to have a commercial building next to residential.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, that can stay as moderate.
Yes.
And the rest of page 9 is 16, that's all marked no. Okay, do you want to scoot your chair
17
over?
is-
You're good.
Oh,
Sorry, you can take mine. Really, I was just going to take mine. Sure.
Great, thank you.
so we're on page 10.
Yes, number 17.
17 All right, let's start with 17A, right at the top of page 10 of 10.
And that is correct. You have 3 dots.
Yep, that means
And
large.
Yep.
different from everything else around it.
What?
It means it's different from everything else around it, which is a golf course and/or residential area.
Yep, you think 17A stays?
So the board's okay with the way 17A is, or?
Yes, yes.
And then B, that's marked small.
No.
C, 17C, the proposed action is inconsistent with local land use plans or zoning
And
regulations.
that's true.
Correct.
That's
Yes.
Okay.
Keep that as large.
D, the proposed action is inconsistent with any county plans or regional land use plans. That's marked as large.
So that would refer to the Greenway plan, really, I think. And I think it should stay as large, personally.
Okay. E, may cause a change in the density of development that is not supported by existing infrastructure. Oh, no, that's marked
Yeah,
small.
that's small.
Yeah.
But did we move that to moderate?
No,
No.
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 Okay. So that stays small. E stays small. F, also no impact. G, the proposed action may include secondary development impacts, and that's marked as a large impact. Secondary development impacts, e.g. residential or commercial development not included in the proposed action.
So maybe give us a
That's an induce.
two-sentence summary of why that would be, and I think it's based on the decision that the board has to make regarding
Yeah,
the
I mean-
special use permit for this use.
Because the purpose of the application is to allow a use that isn't permitted in the restricted business zoning district. And so I guess I look at this as kind of a hinge point.
Isn't there other property beyond this that's vacant? Going east?
I believe so.
Yeah.
And
there
how
is.
would impact that potential too?
Well, I don't know. I mean, the reason,
Going along 84.
right. I mean, I don't know if it pertains to that. I guess early in the review process, I had tried to set forth to the board the logic of the different zoning districts. They really kind of go in a hierarchical order from the LHC, which is a historic commercial district, then I have it written all out for you. So there are 3 zoning districts that are less restrictive, that don't allow storage, and then there are 3 zoning districts that follow after those that do allow storage, and they're more commercial. So in my mind, when I drafted this, the proposed action is inconsistent with local land use plan or zoning regulations. I see that as a large impact, because it's inconsistent not only with the specific zoning district that doesn't permit the use, but also with the logic of the zoning, the way it's set forth in the hierarchy of increasingly intensive non-residential districts.
Yeah, I agree with keeping that as large.
And number H, we're going to drop that down because we're back to the same.
Yeah,
thing we
that's
said
that
before.
consistency thing, so cross off the word, well, actually, cross off the word vegetation removal, and there was another one that was exactly like this, where we
Yes.
kept construction of a building, changing
Proposed
the
action
character as
may
large.
involve, okay, so it's just, we're going to cross out vegetation removal, so it'll just read, the proposed action may involve construction of building, changing the character of the area visible from the Trail of Two Cities, and that's marked with
Yeah,
potentially large.
and that was on page 7, number 11E. We did the same thing there, so that's consistency purposes.
And Fred, I don't think I really answered your question,
No, you didn't, but that's okay.
is it?
Yeah, for now.
Okay.
Because I don't have, I'm trying to remember back 3 months ago, when we looked at, and even the applicant said something about this other property that they may have, there's access to, that's vacant land, going east, on the east side of their property, running along 84. I do not remember what it's zoned for, or what the zoning is for that.
I don't know that off the top of my head. I mean, I guess the thought was way early on, is if there was access to come in here, could it be residential? Could it be,
Well, as I said, it could be something else.
or something else?
And I don't even know how you get into it at this point in time.
Or if it was residential, this project, if we do issue the special use permit to allow the business, the self-storage use, could have growth-inducing impacts on that adjacent property
Yes.
for future rezoning or whatever.
That's
future
why I'm willing to
action.
leave it at 3 stars.
We're
Or
okay
3
with
dots.
that.
All right, let's wrap up number 18.
Well, what are we
Okay.
doing about G?
I think we just did G.
We did, Chief.
Okay. So do
We
we done?
crossed off vegetation removal and
Well, that was H that we crossed up
H,
vegetation.
sorry, I thought we already covered G. Right?
18?
Yep,
You keep going back to it.
Adjacent nearby community, no, that's a different one.
Okay, 18?
Let's go to 18.
okay, 18, the
18.
ones that are marked potentially large, 18D, proposed action may interfere with the use or enjoyment of officially recognized designated public resources, that's marked potentially large. And it really has to do with the pedestrian way that goes along the frontage of the property and the other side.
Will it interfere with it?
Yeah, I don't see that.
Well,
Can still enjoy it, I mean,
Well, if you want to be picky about words, interfere with or impact, I would use. These are supposed to be kind of guidelines to go by. So I think interfere with the use and enjoyment means, will it change in some negative way what people are experiencing now? And I think there's an argument that could be made for that.
Yes.
And then it's a question of whether it's potentially large or moderate.
I would keep it at large.
I think it's more moderate, but
Yeah.
whatever the consensus of the board is at this point.
Yeah,
Fred and Jody, we need to hear some other voices.
I don't see large either.
I think potentially large.
it says moderate to large.
Well, it's 3 stars, so it's right now it's large.
I'd give it a 2-star.
Oh, okay,
Moderate
Let's go to,
rules.
So, okay,
all right.
so it's moderate,
yes.
18D is moderate, okay. All right, 18E, inconsistent with predominant architectural scale and character. That one's also marked potentially large.
I would definitely keep that as large.
Yep.
Yes.
And then 18G, proposed action is inconsistent with the character of adjacent and nearby residential community, tourist and recreational neighborhood areas, and that's marked potentially large.
Yes, large.
Okay.
Okay, so you have good notes on that?
I've got good notes on that.
Good. Of course, the changes in the EAF will change to some degree how the neg deck is worded.
Pause deck.
The pause
We'll
deck,
take it.
sorry. Sorry. It's getting late and I've had a long day already,
So
so I need
it's-
to go to sleep soon. If I fall asleep while I'm here, just
I'm not sure.
shove me, yeah.
So,
Why don't we do this? Why don't we do a motion on accepting the environmental assessment form, Part 2, as discussed and revised tonight?
Yes.
And that will allow us to then go through the POS deck, there we go again, the draft POS deck, and act accordingly. So, Sarah, do you have any thoughts on doing it this way? I don't think there's anything wrong about adopting the Part 2. And then whatever happens with the POS deck, remains to be seen.
Okay, part 2, but not part 3?
Well, Parts 2 and, let's just do the Part 2 now, and then we can do the Part 3 after we've gone through the draft POS deck.
Okay.
But, it's, the Part 2, as we've reviewed it, is definitely pointing to a POS deck.
Yes, there was 14 potentially large impact elements, so I think that would certainly put it into a POS deck. scenario.
Yeah. Actually, well, since you asked that, I think adopting the parts 2 and 3 together would be appropriate. That's actually how I worded a proposed motion, which I'll read now. Would someone like to make a motion to approve the EAF parts 2 and 3 for the proposed Fishkill self-storage site development plan and special use permit as discussed and revised tonight, and authorize the chair to sign these?
So moved.
Felix moves it.
Second.
Is there, okay, Anthony seconds it. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? So the EAF parts 2 and 3 have been adopted 7-0. All right.
So,
So why don't we go ahead and look at the draft PUS deck?
So I'm going to go ahead and say that their first few pages are describing, kind of setting description of action, existing conditions, and if you go right to page 5, that's reason supporting this determination. They don't necessarily go in order of the full EAF part 2. I think I can try to summarize. So I think the first one, the proposed action may have a potentially large generic impact since the proposed use is not permitted, and consideration under zoning section 250-19B, because I believe that that one can stay because it's consistent with full EAF Part 2 and the land use area.
Oh, yeah, we have a correction on line 2 where it says zoning section 250-19 should be 150.
Sorry.
It's down here.
Did I do it all the way through? No,
toward-
I have some 150s in there.
There's a 250 at the bottom of that same page.
Okay. So I think number 1 is okay?
So
And then
anywhere where you see a 250, change it to 150.
Yep. Search and destroy for 250. Okay, and then I'm going to the top of page 2. That's just a small impact. That one hasn't changed.
When you say page 2, you really mean page 6?
I'm sorry,
right?
page 6, item number 2.
Yeah.
Number 3, again, it's a small impact. 4, moderate impact, increased erosion from physical. We might have changed that to small.
I think we did. Let's see.
I think we did. You know, I'm just going to rip these pages right out of here. There we go.
Yes.
This is the easiest way to do it. So that's a small.
Yeah, increased erosion was changed from moderate to small on page 1 of the EAF.
Here. Okay? Small. Potentially small, next one, number 5, small impact. 6, again, small impact, wastewater. 7, potentially moderate impact, reduction or degradation of habitat.
I think we might have changed
That to small.
Plants and animals.
Hang on. Did we do that? We changed that to
We
small.
changed it from
Okay.
moderate to small.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
7B.
Got it. 8, moderate impact, extensive removal of vegetation, so that's also going to be small. I'm at the bottom of page 6 of 12. Number 9, potentially large on aesthetic resources, different or sharp contrast to surrounding land use patterns.
It's definitely different.
Is that one, I think that one's still large. Yeah, hang on, let me get to aesthetic.
Here, we're going to have to go through that.
Well, then you
list.
got all of them under 9,
Hang on.
7 of them.
All the aesthetic ones are still, the only one that changed was similar projects and extensive removal of vegetation. So I was looking at fully AF 9. That's the aesthetic section.
There were a couple that changed there.
I know, I'm just looking for
Yeah.
different from or in sharp contrast to.
Well, C, we said was large.
I think that might be on one of the later pages. Here we go. Here we go. 17A corresponds to that item 9, and that one is still large. I'm looking at item 17A in the fully AF. Proposed actions, land use components may be different from or in sharp contrast to. So that one's still large. Okay with the board? Yes?
Yep.
Sorry. And then I think everything, let's see.
E should probably just be cut.
9E? Is that where you are?
I was just looking at the bottom of page 6, number 9. And that impact on fully AF Part 2 had been marked as large, and had to do with being different from and in sharp contrast to surrounding land use patterns, character surrounding areas, scenic aesthetic resources. And then these are all examples of that.
Yeah, so we need to go through A through G and see how that matched up with what we did in the EAF. So we need to go back to 9 on page 6 of the EAF, impact on aesthetic resources.
Yeah. So I believe you struck E.
Yeah, I
You
think just
changed
E.
F to moderate, but it's framed under a subheading now of a large
Well,
impact.
so I think E would come out.
E would come out.
Strike E.
Yep.
And since 9 is all about large impacts, extensive removal of vegetation just went down to small.
Correct.
I feel like we could just take F out of this list under 9. So we take out F, the proposed action may involve extensive removal. So,
Well, actually, the extensive removal of vegetation went from large to moderate, I believe.
right, but
It changes, so, yeah.
yeah, I think
It's also covered elsewhere.
it's,
So
yeah.
it can come
It's
out.
covered elsewhere, so I feel like 9 would end up with A, B, C, D, and then delete E and F,
Right.
and G would just become E. Yes. And G is the one that begins the proposed action may be visible from Route 90 gateway entrance.
Yes.
Okay.
Got it.
All right. 10,
Definitely in.
it's the traffic one. And we have 2 traffic, let's see, pedestrian accommodations are the one that got deleted. Hang on. I think 10 stays.
11,
10 stays.
11
And
small.
I think
11 goes to
that
small.
11 is the one that can come, that becomes small.
Correct.
Right.
So that would be, 11 would be changed to potentially small.
So it could just be cut, being small.
Okay, just leave it in, but change it to small, okay.
Yep, hang on, I'm sorry. Um, 12,
Stay small?
12, you have movement of people.
I think that one stayed.
That stayed large, I
stayed
think.
large.
Okay? So then we're on to 13, which is a small impact, so that doesn't
Lasting.
change. I know. The pause deck is covering everything. one way or another. And the light shining onto adjoining properties,
We're leaving it.
did we change those to,
Still moderate.
We kept them as moderate.
we kept them as moderate,
It says
okay.
potentially moderate impact.
Yes.
Okay, so those two stay, 14 and 15 stay.
Right.
16, this is in the middle of page 8, that stays. It's listing the impact and then supporting it. Different from or in sharp contrast to. Yep, that one stays.
Yes.
17, potentially large impact as not consistent with adopted land use plans.
Correct.
That one stays. Then I'm going over to page 10, number 18. Again, 18 is not consistent with adopted land use plans, so I think that stays. 19, 19?
Nope,
Back to land
yeah,
use.
you're good.
Okay. So 19 stays, it's potentially large impact, not consistent with plans. 20, again, not consistent with adopted land use plans. I think that's consistent with part 2.
But
Then
I think, if I may,
Yeah, go,
in
please.
20, the proposed action may involve, that's where we would want to remove that vegetation removal
Vegetation.
and.
Oh,
Yes.
okay, where are we? In 20?
In 20,
20.
line 2, remove
line.
Got it.
vegetation removal.
Okay, so.
Must
So
be
it
a
just
lawyer.
may involve construction of a building changing the character.
Yes.
Okay, got it. Good catch, thanks. I can also do a search, well, no, I guess we're all set with the vegetation removal. 21.
I believe that one was changed to moderate. So that's
Use and enjoyment of
Which,
virtual
18D on the,
Which one
yeah.
are we doing?
part
So
two.
that's,
We're on 21.
Yeah, 18D is one to moderate.
which question was that on the EAF again?
18D.
No, I mean on the EAF.
18D.
18D.
We did change that
Are you
from
talking
large to
about-
Gotcha,
moderate.
yep. 18D. Okay,
So where does
Got
that
it.
change in the text?
so that's moderate.
The first sentence
Sorry.
of 21.
Number 20.
21.
The first line of 21 changes that the proposed action may have potentially moderate impact. Just looking to see if there's anything about vegetation removal. Okay. And then 22,
It's nothing existing.
that stays. 23, inconsistent with existing community character. Let me just look. That one stays.
And that's it.
That's it.
Could we go back to number 21? I'm not quite understanding why that's changing from large to something else. So, 21 on page 11, this is in the class deck. So, you changed that from potentially large to small?
Moderate.
Moderate?
Because it's consistent with 18D, which reads, "The proposed action may interfere with the use or enjoyment of officially recognized or designated public resources."
Which we changed.
Trail of Two Cities. We changed that to moderate. I don't remember why.
Yes.
Okay.
So that's moderate.
All right. Got it.
Okay. Any questions about, I think 22 remains large, and 23
It's large.
also remains large.
And that's it?
Do we add the city of Beacon as an interested party? That was
We
a
have
comment
to.
that Fred had brought up.
Yes, we should.
I can answer that if you'd like.
Yeah.
No.
We
We did
haven't,
not list them. They are not within 500 feet of the property. That was, I believe, an early conversation I had with the attorney.
So in other
So
words...
they were not circulated to as well.
So now that we're doing a draft pause deck, I think we should add them onto that list because they are, as a neighborly thing to do, I think we should do that.
So are they're interested?
Yeah.
Okay.
So whoever in the city of Beacon...
City mayor and city council or planning?
And probably clerk,
Town clerk, city clerk?
city clerk.
Yeah.
City clerk and mayor's office? Yeah. So that's kind of two, okay. I've probably sent stuff to them already.
And when you're ready, Mr. Chairman, I can answer the question on the circulation as well.
Please, I'm ready.
We did circulate in September of '22, and we did declare lead agency November 10th of '22.
Okay.
So we did send it to them?
No.
No, that wasn't the question.
Okay, I'm sorry.
That was part of the question, but not the full question. We did not send it to the city, but we did take care of the rest.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments or?
Couple.
So we've matched up the draft pause deck pretty well now with the adopted environmental assessment forms. Any other questions or comments regarding the draft pause deck? Because I think...
No comments.
If Sarah, if you have any further advice or things we should know about before we go to a possible motion to approve the pause deck?
I don't have anything else. I don't know if the attorney or planner has anything to say in reply, but I think that's the board's decision, and at least it keeps it moving forward.
Yeah, and I basically had just wanted to say that I wanted to make sure that the public and the applicant team understands that the responsibility of the planning board is to review these proposals on an unbiased and objective manner and follow the rules, standards, and procedures in all of the relevant state laws, including seeker and the Town of Fishkill Code, and examining the relevant facts in each case, which I think is what we've been doing here tonight. And as lead agency, the planning board must determine whether this project may result in one or more significant adverse impacts on the environment, and I think we've identified a number more than one, and whether an environmental impact statement must be prepared to further assess the impacts and possible mitigation and to explore alternatives to avoid or reduce those impacts. And that's what happens if we adopt a positive declaration. So, having said that, is the board ready to consider a motion to approve the pause deck? This is draft number 5, August 10th, 2023, for the proposed Fishkill storage site development plan and special use permit as discussed and revised tonight, and to authorize the chair to sign it.
So moved.
Make it so.
Felix moved it, and I think I heard a
Frank.
second.
Well, I think that he could do it.
Was that Kevin?
Yeah, just.
Yeah. Kevin seconded it. Any further discussion before we move ahead with that?
No.
All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? We have just adopted a positive declaration, and we'll be requiring an environmental impact statement. Sarah and Liz, how about if you'd give us a few brief words about what that means and what the next steps are going to be?
Well, do you want to go, or should I
No,
just?
go ahead.
Okay, so, I'm going to prepare an adopted version of this, and just for the record, I'm going to provide a tracked changes positive declaration document so that everybody's agreed. just for everybody to check. So I will prepare the adopted version of the POS deck and adopted versions of fully AF Parts 2 and 3. And then the next thing we'll have to do is entertain some kind of a scoping document, I believe.
I believe that's correct.
And so my understanding is that it's the applicant's responsibility to take that first shot at preparing the scoping document.
Yes.
We can prepare the first draft of the scoping document. One question we have is who will be circulating the positive declaration. Should we do that, or will the town?
You do that.
Okay. Will you also be providing notice to the environmental notice bulletin?
Yep.
We'll do that.
Okay.
You want me to do the ENB? Do you want me to do the circulation also? Okay, we'll figure it out.
Do you want to schedule a public scoping session, or just do it, a written comment period? And if you want public, would you want to schedule that today, or wait until you have the draft?
I think we need the draft scoping outline first.
Oh, sorry, go ahead, Liz.
Well, then we would be ready, I would imagine, at the next meeting to entertain the possibility of setting a scoping session and circulating.
Yeah, and I mean, my recommendation to the board would be to definitely have a public scoping session so that we can hear it fully from the public. To me, that's one of the most important aspects of doing a draft environmental impact statement, is having a little bit more public input than we otherwise might have had.
Some municipalities will circulate the draft scope with the POS deck, and so it's only one ENB notice that has the POS deck and the notice of the scoping all together. Just wondering if you wanted, if we got you the scope within the next, week.
I guess I would be anxious to circulate the POS deck as soon as possible. I know I won't do it tomorrow, but I would like to try to get it out Monday or Tuesday if possible, if that's possible.
Oh, absolutely.
And get it right out so that agencies are informed right away. And then I would expect maybe on the submittal date or before, provide a draft scoping outline so the board can start looking at it, and then
She wants to do 2 mailings.
for the next meeting, we could go over that. I might even have some changes I would recommend on a scoping outline, maybe do a revised draft as an alternative for the board to think about, and then the board would set a scoping session.
I would agree with that, just because since it's a first draft, then that allows all of us to make a comment before it's submitted. And so I think, how long would you need to get the scoping draft?
We can have the draft in less than 2 weeks.
Okay, so then by the deadline for September?
August 30th is the deadline you need to have it here by.
Sure.
That's
So
just
they
a
could-
good general deadline?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, that sounds great. All right, well, thank you so much for your patience and participation. Very helpful.
Thank you.
All right, so
And thank you
we'll
for
see-
having us earlier on the agenda. I'm sorry to everyone
Yes.
else.
We'll see you next time.
I'm grateful.
All right, I think we're going to keep moving right along. If anyone needs to take their own mini break individually, please feel free to do so, but we're going to move on to the next application, which is Basis Industrial, Route 9D, Site Development Plan and Special Use Permit. Board to review submission made by the applicant's representative on July 26, 2023. Welcome back.
Good evening. Nice to see you all again.
You too.
Oh, Deb. I was going to say the cursor's moving, but I think Debbie is handling that. Good to go? All right.
Good to go. That's the latest one, George.
Beautiful, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, so let me just pull up one of the rendering just to have on the screen, and then we could go through everything else. All right, so, nice to see you guys again. Thank you very much for having us again. Some quick updates from the last submission, right? When we were last here, we had that sort of concept plan that looked significantly different from our May submission. It seemed to be decently well-received, so we received some comments and we wanted to address those as well. There were requests for renderings, which we hope we provided adequate renderings, but basically what has happened since then, we've taken there's a few noteworthy changes. It was detailed in our cover letter, but I'll go over it super quick as well. The two-story self-storage facility has been reduced from 118,002 square feet of gross floor area to 112,585 square feet. So it's about 6,000 square feet of gross floor area smaller. And the reason for that is, and you can see it here a little, let me zoom in actually. There's a cutout in the front of the building, right? So one of the comments we received last time was the building is a square. So aesthetically, this actually makes a big difference, and we have our architectural team here today that can explain that to you, but it makes a big difference visually. From above, it looks like a less massive object, and it's not a square, right? I think that was one of the concerns last time. So you do lose some gross square footage that way, but we think it makes for a much nicer building. The exterior of the storage building was also redesigned. There's new materials and architectural features, including recesses, glazing, use of brick, things like that. The rendering on the screen is not super clear. Obviously, next month we'll have a regular PDF that you can zoom in, and it's nice and crisp and all that. The other thing we did was the fast food that was on the right side of the property. We added a second drive-through lane to help with flow. That was another concern that we've heard about traffic flow and just ease and sort of common sense connections between the pieces of the project. So we added that second drive-through lane. And there was also a question about queuing at the car wash, and there was a concern about the way it was organized and where the parking spots were, what's that going to look like? So that has also been revised. So now there's a queuing area that should eliminate congestion, should improve traffic flow, and what that also does, all of these changes together, also gave us a couple more parking spots for the self-storage building. So with that being said, I will pull up the overview, the site plan, so you guys can sort of see all of that. But we do have the elevations, we have some renderings, we could go through whatever you would like. If there's any questions, we're more than willing to answer any questions. We have our team here as per usual. So let me pull up this. All right, it's not closing on the side there, but let me zoom in. And what's readily evident here are those cutouts that we said at the front of the self-storage building, right? So now it's not the square, and I believe Debbie said we have the previous version on here as well, which I could pull up if you'd like, but we don't have that square building anymore that sort of seemed like a mass from the street. And the renderings show the effect that this has. From the other things to note are the size of the fast food and the car wash have not changed from our last submission, but they have changed from the prior one, right? So we have made everything smaller to address some concerns. As I stated at the last meeting, the self-storage building is now 2 stories with the cellar, so that addressed the concern about building height, and it addressed the concern about what's it going to look like from Route 9, right? So we hope that we're addressing your concerns and that we're hearing your comments loud and clear, but of course, if there's any questions or any further comments tonight, we'd love to discuss. And I know we have the CPL memo as well to go through.
Right. Well, why don't we hold off on questions and go right to the CPL memo, if that's okay.
Okay. So I basically noted, because of the gross floor area, this would be a seeker type 2, seeker type 1, pardon me, for the seeker regulation 617-4B6. We didn't do seeker comments because we were kind of just looking at this conceptually, try to give some feedback. So basically, the smaller buildings they're basically the same.
Oh, Liz.
Oh, I'm sorry. Could you not hear me?
I can hear you.
Because I'm usually so loud, everybody's trying to tell me to be quiet. Okay, sorry about that. Anyway, the 2 smaller business buildings, the car wash and fast food building, are basically the same size. And what I did with my comment number 5, I started talking about the fact that the large scale and mass of the proposed storage building remains a concern. And I started describing the various floor areas, and I decided that it would be easier for the board if I made a little table. So right in the middle of page 2, I'll just give you a walkthrough. So the building footprint for the storage building was 30,302 square feet in the May submittal, and the gross floor area was 90,906 gross floor area, and it was 3 stories. Then the June 29 submittal site plan showed 39,334 square feet footprint, so a bigger footprint there, and 118,002 square feet gross floor area. That was a 30% increase. And that one is 2 stories with the ground, 2 stories above the ground in a cellar. And the most current building footprint we have is a slight reduction from the 118,000. It's 112,585. So basically, the 112,585 square foot gross floor area is 24% increase from the May submittal. So still a bigger building. Those 2 cutouts are good. They do help in terms of a massive look. I did make a few comments that the brick on the bottom seems a lot easier on the eyes, and I noticed that you put something that's sort of gray on the top, but it could be a darker gray, like a more muted gray, so it's not blaring the sunlight. And then there are these white panels that I thought, again, maybe, if those 2 colors were brought down a notch in terms of something more muted, that might help. If there's any way to do any more articulation on the front of the building, I think, in my opinion, looking at what are we seeing from the street, is this a massive thing? Can it be broken up a little bit so it doesn't look quite so huge in the landscape? I realize it is set back to the extent that's possible on the site. So those are some suggestions there. I had trouble trying to compare the various elevations because we did used to have sort of a street view that showed everything. So I think the board should have one street view. I know that you did sort of a slight aerial view, and it does almost show everything, but that street view is very important because of the corridor, basically. That whole gateway corridor area. So I think the town, because of the comprehensive plan update, is looking at that corridor as, let's do the best that we can there. Let's, have Fishkill look, the way it deserves to look and present our best face, so that we're retaining some of the character of the area.
Absolutely.
So those are my recommendations there. Something was weird about the way you showed the sign, so I just made the comment. I didn't think you were really trying to do anything in scale there, so I just said, maybe next time we'll look at that. And then there was one of the perspectives of the storage building, it wasn't really clear where we were looking from. And because that is the most massive building, the more you can mark, I also noticed dimensions were missing on the buildings. Like, I had these 2 different scales of architectural plans, and I tried printing them different sizes, so it was a little difficult to make the comparison. And I'm thinking here, the planning board, they're going to look at the illustrations. They're not going to get their scales out and try to figure it out. So I would like it to be presented so that the board can very easily look at those things and be able to make a realistic comparison. So those are my big comments, and otherwise and again, these are just conceptual comments. I'm referring back saying we have a lot of other comments that need to be addressed. But I think anything that can be done to make, I don't know exactly how to do it, to make the storage building look a little less massive. What isn't clear to me, and I didn't say it in my comments, I know that you're proposing one building. There are other storage places, and they have interior. It's all interior storage. But they can do it in maybe either two buildings or something that looks a little bit like two buildings. So it looks a little bit more interesting from the street or a little less massive, because that's the concern. And I think I've said enough about that because I'm the planning consultant and planning board lives here. So you're going to be looking at this, so.
Yeah, I wanted to get reactions from board members on, particularly on the self-storage building, the new size and configuration and architecture of it. Any other thoughts besides what Liz already mentioned?
And sorry to cut you off, just as for clarity, the size of that, the building is also partially, well, a lot related to, when it was 3 stories, right, we needed a height variance, and there was a concern about how high the building was. So there was a comment made, I forget from who exactly, but there was a comment, why can't we lower it a little and maybe make it a little bigger? So that's why the footprint of the building has changed. But I do want to point out that because it's 2 floors now, there's no height variance needed, and because there's a cellar, there's also no FAR variance needed. So the plan, and I could pull up the site plan here, is zoning compliant, you know, to the extent that maybe we need some sign variances or parking, or whatever the case may be, but in terms of setbacks, in terms of FAR, in terms of coverage, things like that, it is zoning compliant in this manner. So, you know, I know we've had a few iterations of what the building could look like and should look like, and we could keep discussing it, but I do think that's an important thing to keep in mind, that we have the 2 floors above ground, now the cellar, and that really solved a lot of variance issues, and it solves a lot of visual issues as well.
How big is the lot? It's one lot, right?
Yeah, yes, it's one lot. Let me see if it's on the bottom here. The lot itself is about 207,485 square feet, I think that's what it says, 4.76 acres.
But that's okay. So that's the entire thing that goes back, or?
No, I believe.
Because your plans depict something.
Yeah, that's just the front. The 4.76 acres is just that, the part that we're proposing to develop, right? Because
4.76 is the lot size?
Of that front portion.
But is it a lot?
The lot line does not exactly line up with the zoning line, and in past submissions, I believe it might even be on here, but.
So the project area is 4.76, but the lot is 20?
Yeah, it's about.
Yeah, the overall tract is.
Yeah. And again, I don't remember which submission it was, and we could always resubmit things for clarity, but there was one thing that we showed where the zoning line and the lot lines and.
It was confusing. That's for a later.
Yeah, yeah.
I guess.
Well, my impression was that again, this is a gateway area, as Liz mentioned, and the building still is pretty much front and center on the site. I think it definitely has improved since the last version, but I'm hoping there might be some more that can be done, as Liz was mentioning, with the architecture of the building. You know, adding some variety, some more, possibly some roof line, facade changes that might give it some variation to help it kind of blend in more with the area. The color tones, I agree, needs to be looked at a little bit closer. Again, these are details, and so we didn't expect it to be, you know, exactly as you're proposing it to look, but I think it's giving us a better idea of what it will look like sitting on the site. I guess I'm hoping that there might still be a way to reduce it a little bit more in size, actually, because I still think it looks a little bit out of scale with that area of Route 9D. And if there's anything you can do to address that a little bit more, I think it would help fit it in with that gateway area of Route 9D. But I think we're getting there.
Yeah.
For a zoning compliant building, the 2 stories is definitely preferred.
Yeah.
But I agree, it's still too big. But
Yeah,
As the applicant mentioned, it is zoning compliant, so
Yeah.
that should be taken into consideration.
Yeah, zoning compliant, but we do have to look at,
Indeed.
at the visual impacts, the aesthetics, the gateway aspect, the consistency with the plans. I think,
Agreed.
you know, at some point, we're going to have to go through a similar
Yes.
checklist with the environmental assessment form and how that all shapes up.
And you already said it, it's heading in the right direction.
I know when we did our initial review, we alluded to the fact that there were design guidelines that would have to be addressed.
Yes.
And absolutely, we fully intend to comply with all design guidelines. I know there's streets and design, I forget the zoning code sections, but absolutely. As far as the size is concerned, you know, we're trying our best, I can assure you that, and we want to be responsive. Of course, though, with going into the cellar and, you know, doing some of the other work on the site in terms of cleanup, because the site right now is not, we're potentially inheriting a site that needs a lot of work, right? And part of that work, there's cost to it. So the size of the storage facility has to also make sense economically, because, and that's sort of where we're at now. With the cellar, it's more expensive. With the cleanup of Pappas Lane, it's a little more expensive. With certain orientations, every little thing adds up, so we certainly are trying to make it as small as possible, but at some point, it's almost not feasible to go any smaller. Certainly, we will check in with the client and we'll discuss, we want to go as small as possible, but we have tried to be as accommodating as possible as well so far.
When you say cellar,
Yes.
do you mean a usable cellar or an unusable cellar?
It's going to be storage.
Storage, yeah.
Small
Yeah,
storage.
I say cellar because I think that's the term in the zoning
Below
code.
ground.
Yeah, below ground
Just want
storage.
to make sure it's, because it's,
Yeah, below ground storage. It's not going to be a crawl space. It's, there's going to be storage units below ground, yes.
are you going to have to blast, or you don't know yet?
Don't know yet.
Does the site need any cleanup?
I need cleanup right now. I mean,
Yeah.
Environmental cleanup?
environmental cleanup, I'm not 100% sure of at the moment. I mean, certainly cleanup aesthetically, it needs some cleanup.
that, but-
Yeah. We have a phase, yeah, so as we have a phase one environmental report, but yeah, we have to review further.
Nothing showed up on the EAF mapper about it, but that doesn't mean there isn't something there if it's an old industrial site. And I shouldn't be, keep going, Fred, I have another question.
That's all right.
So I guess I can't help asking, so we have these, you know, the existing gas station and these two new, renewed, smaller businesses and the storage, and then there's a whole bunch of land behind that, which I understand is not zoned GB. So this is kind of the maxing of what you could do for GB on the front part.
Correct. We're only focused on the front part because one is GB, but also we don't really know. There's certain out parcels back there that we just we don't control right now. We don't know what's going to happen back there.
So you don't, right now, there's no plan for the rest of the site?
No, the plan right now is for the front of the site, and then when we iron out the details, we'll know, and of course, we'll be back before planning board and any other board that we need at that point, but right now, it's just the front of the site, just that GB portion.
I guess,
But they're putting in a stub road. You're putting in a stub for potential future development. So I think anything that could potentially go back there needs to be considered. That's the elephant in the room here.
that's my concern is about seeker segmentation, that we're not looking at the whole site.
What is the zoning back there?
What was that?
What is the zoning behind the GP?
R15.
R15, I think?
R15?
I think so. Yeah, R15.
For the whole rest of the site?
For the whole rest of the site. The issue, you know, the potential issue and the concern with analyzing, there are so many potential uses under R15, and if it gets rezoned GB, there's so many potential uses under GB. So to be able to analyze environmental impact on that rear portion on this hypothetical, what if it was one of any 25, 30 uses, that, you know, that can be problematic. And to that extent, we respectfully believe that there's no segmentation because we genuinely do not know what's going on back there. If we had any idea what's going to happen, by all means, we're ready for the discussion, but there's so many factors playing into it that until we iron out those details, we just don't know what's going to happen back there.
Well, one of the things you've been telling us is the access to the back.
Access.
You have the road going, I don't know which one is this, Pappas Road or?
Pappas Lane, yes.
Is that the only one, or is there a second? I thought there was a second access too.
So Pappas Lane is the current access to the back portion there. There's some homes, it's off the site plan, but it occurs back here. As far as other access, as Mr. Brosier mentioned, the potential is this would provide access to the back or whatever other method possible. But right now, there's no access, there's nothing to access in the back on this side of the property. Pappas Lane provides the access to the back for the existing homes that are back there, and the applicant is proposing to clean up Pappas Lane because that was a concern and, pave it, manicure it a little, make it look nice.
Yeah, I think just looking ahead to the environmental review process that we're going to have to go through, we're probably going to be asking a lot more questions about what potential there is for that back area and what could happen in the future. And, again, I'm not saying that right now we're going to be looking at a POS deck for this project as well that we did for the previous applicants. But it's possible, and one way or the other, either through a neg deck or a POS deck, we're going to need to have a closer look at the potential future development back there. And I'm not saying it needs to be a detailed analysis, but it's going to have to be, as Liz would usually tell us, a generic kind of an analysis of some sort to be defined and to be, further discussions about that. But I think we're going to need to take a hard look at that. I have a question on the access and circulation plans seem to be progressing in a pretty good way. In looking at the revised plan, we had previously mentioned the difficulties of access at the gas station site. And I thought that on the revised plans, I saw curbing coming around at that sort of westernmost end, the closest end of Pappas Lane to Route 9D. That looks like there's a curb now cutting off access going into the gas station there, where there currently is an open access way. And if that's the case, I think that would be a good thing. But can you confirm if that's the case?
Jackie?
And so then access would go farther down on Pappas Road and then make a right turn basically into the site, and then you could come from behind the gas station and around it. I think that would help a lot, because I think there was a lot of concern that being so close to the signalized intersection there's a lot of cross movement of vehicles going in and out, and it's just a mess in there right now. So that would be a big improvement in my mind.
And another concern I have is there is a potential going back there, you're going to have curved or sidewalks going all the way through.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't see, that would be put on the plan, because that's something that
Yep. You're right, Fred.
we're really pushing for. So I didn't see it on the plan itself, but
I think, though, we also talked about the existing gas station access on Route 9D, and the revised plan still shows that existing access to the gas station. So I'm just wondering if there's anything further that can be done or looked at to try to either reduce or eliminate that access and try to get at the gas station from an entirely different way of, circulation into that area.
And, I'm sorry, you're asking for this portion right here? Let me...
Yeah. Well, actually, that black strip is black.
Yeah.
But, yeah, there you go.
Let me see if I can... Apologies. This right here, Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, The question I would have with that, Mr. Chairman, is, I'm at that gas station all the time. If we make people go to the first one, they might just miss that and keep going. I don't, I think the people who are in the gas station may not, because if we're going to eliminate the one that you're making on the, off Pappas, and then we're going to eliminate the other one, we're going to eliminate two direct accesses to the gas station, where people are going to have to go around, and, you have to think of the gas station owners too, I think, that they want people to just drive right into their gas station. I don't know, I just,
open right
I think we should at least keep that one, because people going to a gas station, they're looking for that entrance. They're not looking for the one that's going to go into maybe where the self-storage is, and then they're going to zip right by it, and, that may hurt the gas station, is what I'm thinking.
Yeah, you're
Well, there are a couple of things on that. One, I think State DOT is always looking into what they call access management to try to really reduce and minimize access on a major state highway like this. The other thing I'm thinking about is that there might be a way to make that, for instance, an in-only entrance from Route 90, but not allow exiting there, and then have people, once they're in and they know where they are, circulate back out through the Pappas Lane, the new exit that'll be there.
Okay. Just thinking out loud, because...
And then I believe there's going to be another access further south to the right on Route 90. So I think there's some opportunities here to really take a closer look at that whole access and circulation thing and have as much internal circulation as possible and as little on Route 90 as possible. So I understand, Felix, exactly what you're saying with, making it accessible for the business owners in there. But I think there might be ways to do it without negatively impacting that. So that's my opinion.
I did have one thing I wanted to ask.
Yes.
All right, so I'm looking at the fast food and the drive-through. And the reason I'm asking this is I saw this happen recently when I was at some drive-through. So what happened, somebody went into the drive-through and they didn't want to be there. Now they're stuck. And there is no way to get out unless they go over the grass. And so I see that there, and I actually see the same thing with the car wash. Somebody goes into that car wash and they realize, hey, I don't want to be in the car wash. What are they doing? They can't back out. They're going to jump over the grass. I don't know,
Or a curb.
Yep.
Well, there's going to be curbing.
Or whatever.
It's even worse.
But I'm just saying, I saw it happen the other day, and the guy was stuck, and they're ready to lose their minds, trying to back out. You can't back out. There's somebody right behind you. And they couldn't get out, and
Had to pay for a car wash.
Yeah.
Fries.
Had to get the fries, yes, had to get the fries.
You're gonna stay on the car wash line anyway. You're gonna drive through grass, just stay there. It's not worth it, no.
Yeah, I don't know, just something that I saw happen the other day, and I looking at this, and I said, this is the same situation here. I don't know if that can be dealt with one way or the other, but something
Understood.
just to look at.
No, it's absolutely legitimate concern. We'll definitely look into whatever we can do to,
Okay.
like I said, from the very beginning, we want to help the town. We want to make it what's best for the residents of Fishkill, the town of Fishkill. We know it's on the Gateway Corridor. We want it to be a site that you look at and you say, wow, this is a nice development. So all these comments are very much appreciated, and we want to do the best we can do here.
I have a question.
Yes.
Please.
Are all storage units just squares?
No.
Is that the design? Because why can't you put like a faux roof on it and make it look like houses or some other style versus looking at a big square?
Speak to that.
I think that's certainly the direction that we're going to be moving, given our latest feedback. So yes, we can do that. We can make it we can provide some faux roof lines, additional materials that'll help bring down the scale even further, soften it up
Soften
a lot
the
more.
look,
Yeah,
because,
absolutely.
like
We might,
Liz was
I mean,
saying, there is ways.
Yeah, to Liz's point, we're considering a third notch in the middle to make it look like two buildings, but it's still one, so, and additional masonry as well. So it's still a work in progress, but I think our next submission will address a lot of these concerns.
I like how the orange is now a stripe, and it's still a nice accent, it's still very
It's still branded,
effective.
right.
Don't need to have a whole field of orange,
Right.
just
Yes, so there are other things that we can
Getting
do to
there.
soften it up.
Yeah, because I've seen mall, like strip malls be redone,
Sure.
where they have, like, it looks to me like they're doing what I would call like a faux roof, or it almost
It
looks
is,
like
yeah.
different row
Yeah, we were
housing.
thinking maybe awnings as well.
Yeah, it just looks more aesthetically pleasing when
Potentially
you look at
some
it.
faux windows as well, so.
Exactly.
Yeah, we could certainly do
I'm
that.
just wondering if they all are just big squares.
Most of them are, but there are circumstances when we do have to get a little bit more designy, so.
I think communities like Fishkill that have a lot of development are, it's okay to start asking for, development that has more character to it, that's a little easier on the eye and
That's
looks
kinda-
a little
yeah.
bit more like, not a big giant box.
Yeah, duly noted.
All right, so are there any other comments from board members at this point?
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
No,
Good, okay, sorry, I didn't
saying
cut
thank
you
you to
off.
him, nope.
All right, I'm not hearing any, so I guess, Sarah, tonight, I don't think there's any particular actions that this board would be looking to take. I think, from my standpoint, we're looking for the applicant to take some of our, direction, advice, and to provide a little bit more of a detailed submittal for,
I would agree. I think it's at a preliminary stage that you're going to want to take the comments, maybe do some redesign, come back before the board. I think it's premature to schedule a public hearing at this point, and that would really be the only step. So I think you're maybe a couple meetings away from that, but moving in the right direction.
And with that being said, we do want to sort of also accelerate the process as much as possible. So our original thought prior to tonight was maybe to have a full submission or as close to a full submission as possible. If there's a quote-unquote blessing on this design for us to proceed with some engineering designs and addressing these concerns as well. But we also don't want to keep coming back conceptually, because we value the board's time as well. And we certainly appreciate all the comments and you hearing us every month, but eventually you guys are going to get tired of us coming back with concept plans, so.
I think you've got a lot of comments from the board on the conceptual aspect of things. And, come back with something that responds to that. If you feel like you need to have them look at another conceptual round, that's up to the applicant's team. Every time I've written a conceptual thing, I've said, hey,
We have the
remember
previous
that
ones,
thing
yes.
with all the and, I guess, but I would feel concerned about any kind of blessing.
Yeah.
You've got a lot of good feedback, I think, Sarah.
Yeah, but I do think that your point, that at you will reach an end of the feedback, right? That this is it, and that's then what the planning board needs to consider as the final option. Like, if this is as reduced as this building's going to be, then economically, either it works for your client or it doesn't, but it wouldn't be reduced any further. And I just use that as an example, because you have a client to satisfy, and they have comments that they want to see.
Absolutely.
So I think just taking what was said tonight and adjusting, because it seems like you're very willing to do that and to adjust and make modifications and then come back. But I agree with Liz that I would come back with another presentation.
More along the lines of what we've been submitting in recent weeks. Hopefully the final iteration, final version, understood. Okay.
I really think you guys have done a good job of trying to work with us to get a better plan, and every time it looks better and better, so,
we're glad to hear that.
We'd like to move it along too, so.
Absolutely.
A simple little thing is just what he was saying about getting caught in there, just simple cutout lanes. When you go into that car wash, you change your mind, you just go out, boom, and come around.
Emergency exit kind of.
Yeah, just get out, I understand.
Bail out, yeah. Okay, well, thank you very much for your time, guys. Thank you again.
Thank you.
No, thank you.
Thank you.
Do I close out? Let me close out of this.
All right. Next item on the agenda for tonight is 14 Chorus Lane, Site Development Plan and Special Use Permit. Board to review application and supporting documentation that was accepted and referred at the July 13th, 2023 Planning Board meeting. Good evening.
Hi. So I'm Amy Casala with Hudson Highlands Fair Trail, and we had not submitted an updated packet for you for this meeting, but we have received a recent memo from the engineer documenting a number of additional items and questions to reflect. And I think first off, we'd just like to know if there's any other commentary that we should expect that to incorporate in our packet submission for you for next meeting. And then I have a few clarifying questions.
John, do you?
Yeah, I'll take.
I was going to turn it over to Mr. Bodendorf, I guess, in his memo first.
Yes, let's do that
So,
first, and then we'll answer the question.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, you all should have received our memo dated August 15th. We had a couple minor comments regarding seeker, and we believe that the project could be declared a type 2 action subject to planning board attorneys' agreement with that. And the comments on the EAF we pointed out are really just simple.
Yep, we're fine with those.
Yep. We put a comment in here about how if you look at the zoning requirements that offices are typically not permitted in the R2A zoning district unless accessory to a residential use. But at the pre-app meeting, which the building inspector was part of, we all discussed it and agreed that it would be allowed by special use permit, since this is considered a philanthropic or charitable institution. So just in case any questions about that come up. And then a lot of like housekeeping items on the zoning table, nothing major there. We're just asking if they're going to have a refuse enclosure to show it, clarifying if the retaining wall that's shown on the plan is existing, which we believe it is.
It is.
But yeah, so just some additional labeling to make things more clear. Getting feedback from the fire department to find out if they are going to require any kind of emergency access. We ask that the planning board attorney weigh in on whether or not there should be some sort of access easement on Lot 1 in favor of Lot 2, and then additional clarification on what is to become, if anything, of the access points that connect to the parcel to the south.
Okay. So, and at the last...
Thank you, Liz.
One question I had on number 6 was, you said this will need to be shown, the vegetative screening. At the last meeting, the board had said that could be conceptual in nature. Now it's stated as an addition to the site plan. So would like that to be an addition to the site plan that we submitted, or is a supplemental drawing to scale from like a landscape designer sufficient for that submission?
It can be on this same plan. That would
Added
be
to the
fine.
same plan?
Yeah. Unless, do you think they need a separate landscaping plan for something like this? It's a pretty simple...
I think it could be, if it's easier, it could be on a separate sheet done by, a landscaper or, whoever's going to draw it up. But it should be, accurately scaled and labeled and everything. But it seems like it might be easier to do it that way as a separate a drawing that can be referenced in the site plan set.
It is. And then in terms of the verification of the property owner's agreement with that plan, should we have some sort of a letter or statement documenting his agreement?
Well, I think he'll have a chance to come to the public hearing. We'll talk about that in a minute.
Okay. And then similarly, with the Duchess Fire, do you want anything in writing that we've talked, verifying their position?
Well, I believe we'll get a copy of the plan, so they, typically when they get something like that, they will offer comments, so you may not need to approach them, but
Harry's on it, so, the neighbor is on the fire department, so
Okay.
it makes it easy.
Yep.
Okay, and then you had previously asked for us to notice the neighbors, which we had done, the planting buffer, and then the driveway easement, so that'll be included in the next packet, that driveway, we have a shared driveway easement language.
That's what we had talked about at the last meeting, so, yes.
Okay.
Is there any other exterior lighting that's proposed or new exterior? Because I know you have some parking spaces here.
Yes, but we haven't proposed any
Okay.
new lighting. So are there any other comments or questions that we should make sure to reflect in the packet for next time?
No, I think it was mainly the basic things that John mentioned in his memo and the two items, the landscape plan and the driveway agreement.
Okay, great.
Any other questions meanwhile from board members? Or Sarah, do you have any questions or input?
No questions, just a few comments that, given John's memo, we would agree that it would be a type 2 would be appropriate, so the board could consider declaring that this evening if it so chooses. And then we would agree that the easement would be necessary and would be a condition of any approval.
The driveway easement?
Yeah.
It exists, and so we would like to submit that to you. One question my attorney had is whether or not it would be possible, if your attorney had questions once reviewing the draft language, any sort of concerns that we need to make sure to address before the next meeting, is that communication allowable?
That would have to be authorized by the board.
Yeah, the board could authorize that, but I mean, it's probably an old agreement, I would assume, so it might be somewhat out of date, if it went back to like horse and buggy days or something like that. So, yeah, I mean, there could be some communication, so I think the board could consider authorizing that.
Okay.
If that's necessary.
I think we did some updates when we were purchasing the two properties, but it was an old easement.
Yeah. All right. Well, why don't we do this? Let's see if somebody would like to make a motion to classify the proposed use of the house at 14 Chorus Lane as professional offices for Hudson Highlands Field Trail staff as a type 2 action requiring no further environmental review pursuant to seeker.
So moved.
I'll second it.
Felix moves it. Fred seconds it. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
You have one absent right now.
One absent. Okay, so we only have...
We're going to ask him again.
We'll have 6 votes, that's plenty, and 1 abstention.
Someone missing.
Too late.
I would have said yes.
That's okay. So we are expecting these items that we mentioned, but I wanted to ask the board what you think about scheduling a public hearing on the proposal for the September 14th meeting, because this is a pretty straightforward, basic application, in my opinion. And, so we could always schedule it and make it contingent on receiving the landscape plan. Certainly that item, and since it's an existing easement, we could get the copy of the existing easement. If there's any work that needs to be done on the easement, we can condition that as part of the approval. So what do people think? Is there any reason not to schedule the hearing?
No.
Okay, would someone like to make a motion then to schedule a public hearing for September 14th at 7 PM or as soon thereafter as possible?
Okay, I'll do it.
Fred moved it. I'll
Fred
second.
moves it. And was that Anthony seconded it?
Yep, I'm back.
Okay. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, so we have a public hearing scheduled for September 14th. And we need a sign to be posted. Probably one would be all that I think is needed, probably at this existing site driveway frontage on Route 9D.
Yep. Agree.
In front of which place?
Their property.
John, could you just repeat the location for me one more time?
At the site's driveway frontage on
Thank
Route
you.
9D.
Thank you.
How about this is a question for Sarah and John and the board. What do you think about authorizing our planning board attorney to draft a resolution of approval for the upcoming meeting so that if the public hearing goes well and everything looks like it's in shape, we could go ahead and act on that?
Yeah, I would support that. I think the nature of the comments in our memo are pretty minor in general, and as we've done in the past, just because you have a draft resolution in front of you does not mean you have to act on it, so.
Right.
I would agree.
Okay, so how about the board? Are you okay with that?
No
Yes.
problem.
So is there a motion to that effect to authorize our planning board attorney to draft a resolution of, I guess it would be conditional final site development plan approval and special use permit for the proposed use of the house at 14 Chorus Lane as professional staff offices for possible consideration at the September 14th planning board meeting?
So moved.
Second.
Bob moves it. Felix seconds it. Any further discussion?
No.
All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? So that passes. And then I think we wanted to have a motion to authorize communication between the applicant and our attorney at some point. It may not have to be
If
before.
necessary, yeah.
But if necessary, primarily regarding that easement question. Would someone like to move that?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? That passes 7-0 also. All right. Any other questions for us?
No, thank you.
All right, thanks for coming.
Thanks, we'll see you next month.
All right. Okay. Next item on the agenda is Healy Hyundai DKH Realty LLC, amendment to site development plan and re-subdivision, lot line realignments, board to review submission made by the applicant's representative on July 26, 2023. So, Jody, are you going to recuse yourself? All right. And in that case, I'd like to appoint alternate member Vijay Gopal to sit in as a voting member for this particular item, if that's all right with you, Vijay? All right, so we will have 7 voting members still on this one as well.
I'll have to pick which one you want to open.
Oh, all right.
So, welcome.
Good evening,
how are you all
Chairman
tonight?
Cantor, board members. While Mr. Day is
once you get-
figuring out the,
Yeah, once you get set up there, feel free to give us a quick update on the materials that were submitted.
yes.
Yeah. I'm sorry. My eyes are as good as yours, see?
You're right there.
Mine are getting kind of blurry by
Mine
now,
are starting to
anyway.
get very tired, sorry.
Okay, I know it's been a long evening, so I'll just begin. Since the last meeting, we directed our attention to the comments of
sorry to interrupt, Matt, just give me a second, okay? Got a lot of things going on here that shouldn't be. Go ahead.
Okay. We directed our attention to your comments at the last meeting and the comments of the town engineer. You have a letter from the project engineer dated July 26th that goes into a little more detail as to responses to the town engineer's comments, and then I submitted a letter dated also July 26th that gave a brief summary of the, highlighted really the notable amendments that were made to the site plan. And I'll just run through those briefly and highlight those. The raised wall, that's been the subject of a lot of conversation. The retaining wall was raised for safety of the upper lot and to enable less removal of rock, approximately 1,100 loads. Also improve the inventory lot aesthetically from the road, so there wouldn't be as many cars visible. In addition, there were some trees that were added to secure a better buffer for the neighbor on the southwest. There was an increase of the berm and added more trees to buffer the home that was built in 1911, which is number 160 Old Glenham Road. That home was renovated. There are pictures that are submitted that show an incredible renovation that really beautified that old historic home. In addition is the Central Hudson required that certain transformers be moved and add cement vaults. Those are reflected on the amended site plan. 800 Route 52 was purchased. That's an additional building that was purchased for the prep center, and in purchasing that property, it eliminated the need to construct a 5,500 square foot new building. It was an eyesore, and the building has been renovated and is a significant improvement to that site. Additionally purchased was 804 Route 52, which was in total disrepair. It's been completely renovated, and it has certainly improved the appearance on Route 52. Presently, 2 families live in that duplex. Again, there were photos that were in your submission, and I'm very technologically not adept at trying to find where they are, so I don't want to take up your time, but I see Chairman has them in front of him, so hopefully everybody else does, and you can see that significant improvements have been made, and aesthetically, that whole section of Route 52 is improved. If you want any more detail with regard to the responses that were made to the town engineer's comments, I can provide them. Our project engineer will go into more detail if you'd like. We'd also like to note that the county planning department has responded and submitted their review, as has your engineer. There are 2 letters that were sent in response to the comments that I just went over, and I think you also have those. If you have any questions, I would be more than happy to address them.
Thank you. Well, why don't we go to CPL's memos, John? You have 2 memos, right?
Yes. The first one dated August 14th is a continuation of the review of the amended site plan application. They addressed all the EAF comments that we had previously. Under general number 2, I think that's probably the most significant comment of our letter. We just want additional information on the wall. either calculations or some kind of certification that it was built appropriately.
I can respond to that if the board wishes.
Sure, yeah, why don't we do that?
The wall was actually designed by the company that is retained by the manufacturer. There were borings that were done for the site. Believe it or not, there's a lot of rock back there, as you may know. I've inspected the wall myself and will issue a certification as to its structural stability.
Okay, and that's exactly what we're looking for. Some notes just to be added to the plan to confirm that everything is to be installed as was approved.
Okay.
And then we just put a comment in here about the reasoning they gave for the need for the higher wall. It's been discussed a few times. Safety, lessened slope, less environmental disturbance were the reasons they gave for the higher wall. And if they had to bring it down to 10 feet, which was originally approved, additional soil and rock removal would be required, an increased slope in that parking area in the back, and more visibility most likely from Old Glenham Road. So it appears that the change actually was an improvement for the overall site design, provided that they give us the calcs and certification on the wall height. And then regarding the driveways for lots 3 and 4, it appears that an easement from lot 3 in favor of lot 4 is needed. And other than that, I think this last comment probably should have been stricken, that the water and sewer operators are already approved, already looked at the plans. I think we just put this comment in there if there are going to be any changes. So if there are no changes to the water and sewer layout, then we won't need the town water sewer operator to approve it again.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
If there were changes, how does this board want us to proceed?
What kind of changes are we talking about?
Well, we don't want to get into the pickle we were in a month ago. Is it something we bring back to this board? We just want to, we don't want this to happen again, and we want to know what process you want us to follow.
I would say it for utilities, which are going to be underground, if it's not a significant change, then that may be something that could be done through a field change.
Can we work, would the board allow us to work with Mr. Bodendorf's office on that? We just don't want to do it in a blind and get caught where we were before.
My opinion is yes, and that coordination and communication with it all would be the important part, which we didn't have previously. Does anyone have any objection to that?
So the board agrees we should work with John's office if we see some preemptive change that we weren't able to see in the field, or any other change. If you don't mind, I can work with John. If John feels it's significant, then we can bring it back to the board.
Exactly, yes,
Okay.
please, that would be fine.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, didn't we have a problem with the hotel when they put the electric in, and then that caused the problem?
That was all part of that site plan
Yeah,
change
that's what I
there,
said,
yeah.
but, I mean, this is the same, because if you're doing it for the water's underground, so no one's ever going to know it except until they have to repair it.
True.
But the electric, that caused the problem, so I don't know.
Well, yeah, that was a very large, and that was partly because it was a Central Hudson thing that
I understand.
kind of went in and said, this is how it's going to go. And then it ended up being a real eyesore in the front or the side of the building. Yeah, so that kind of thing certainly is something we would want to be aware of.
I mean, but...
And we weren't aware with
You
that
weren't aware
hotel proposal. That's right. Those are the kind of things we don't like to have happen. Yeah.
Okay, so are we good with that memo? The second one dated August 15th is a summary of what the board requested us to do at the last meeting and go out and take a look at what's existing compared to what was approved. And, you know, other than the changes that they're in front of you with, the only items we noted during the inspections were either non-issues or actual improvements, such as the water line that feeds the building, instead of entering the front, enters the side. That's a non-issue. There are 2 additional water valves that were installed in front of the building. Again, you know, that's actually probably an improvement in terms of isolation for the water line and if future repairs are needed. And then in the back, behind the parking area, they actually planted a lot more trees than what was shown on the approved site plan. So again, we would consider that an improvement. We didn't see anything else obvious.
Thank you, John. Well, what I think we probably want to do a motion to authorize, in fact, encourage that the applicant's engineer communicate directly with CPL's engineer regarding any possible additional utility changes that may go on. Would somebody like to move that?
So moved.
All right, Felix moves it. Is there a second? That was Bob seconding it. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? So that's okay. Any questions so far from board members on what we've gone through here?
No.
Anthony? One thing I was going to mention before I forget is that the board had invited Mr. Petrus, the building inspector, zoning administrator, to attend tonight's meeting. Joel sent me an email late this afternoon saying that he was not able to attend, so of course we're disappointed that he wasn't able to make it, but it's understandable. One thing, Sarah, I wanted to ask your opinion whether the board is going to need to do an amended negative deck or a new secret determination based on the proposed site plan amendments. So we have a new environmental assessment form, part 1, which goes through all the amendments as well as the whole project again. We did a neg deck based on, I think it was classified as an unlisted action originally. Do you have any suggestions on how we might be able to handle this one?
I don't think it would be necessary unless the board determines that there are significant deviations in the plan from when the neg deck was issued to now, which, based on your feedback, is possible, but it sounds like most everything, any changes have been improvements, albeit slightly unforeseen and unknown to this board. But I think based on all the information, I don't see a significant environmental impact.
So once we get to a resolution, we can simply embed in the resolution references to the previous neg deck that was made?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. All right.
Does the board want us to respond to the county comments?
I was going to sort of go through them real quickly, and so, yeah, we can discuss it together.
Okay.
So, I mean, so there were 3 basic things. One was the 3rd curb cut along Route 52 for the relocated service center. So why don't you address that?
Which the board knows is existing. It served the old Saab facility. It obviously serves this facility. As you know, it's on our plan. We do want to keep it, but it is part of the DOT plan that's being submitted, and it is still being proposed to remain.
The county apparently thought that there could be some conflicts, I think, with the parking row that's kind of right off of that.
I think it's, I understand what you're saying, but I don't think it would be, because some of the traffic will actually be moving from the Healy site to that through the end of the parking that we no longer are showing. So I don't think you're going to have, and by the way, the parking was like that on the old facility, if you remember, and I don't, to my knowledge, I don't remember there being an issue.
That was 1940s. We had horse and buggies still.
But they were fast.
And not quite as much traffic on Route 52, I guess, right?
Yeah.
Well, I assume, well, maybe it's not a good assumption, but I'm assuming that probably most of the traffic using that curb cut will be coming from, related to the service building. So, anyway, I would also expect that if DOT had any kind of an issue with that, they'll let you know about it.
Correct.
Sidewalk along Route 52, the county mentioned that. I know we had discussed that a couple of times during the original proposal. I know the state has been, doing a lot more with sidewalks recently. They actually did the improvement down at the 84 interchange area right along 52. So I wanted to see if you guys had any sort of new thoughts about that.
Our thoughts are, as you may know, we're very close to the right-of-way. Any sidewalk that would be there would be in their right-of-way, and I think the state alluded to that. And I believe the state said the best place for a sidewalk was on the opposite side, because you have the residential component, you have the recreation building, and you have town hall, where that's where you're going to get the majority of your pedestrian traffic. So I'm going to defer to the state, and it is part of our plan, because, as you know, being reviewed by the state, so.
I was going to suggest if you could go just discuss it again with the state and see what their current thinking is. It may have changed, it may not have, so.
I will talk to our traffic consultant on it.
Okay. Okay, that would be appreciated.
Because that's in our new comprehensive plan.
Yes.
And when you started, that wasn't there.
And, the plan, I think, is trying to get people aware of the need for sidewalks along Route 52 in particular, right, Fred?
Yeah.
And it may not hurt to have it on both sides in that particular area. That's a kind of a congested area with, there's a lot of back and forth pedestrian traffic along there.
And the rail trail may not come into for another 10 years before we get it all done, so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's
So the third issue the county brought up was lighting and whether there might be anything that could be done to further lower some of the color temperature of lighting.
That was a typo. It actually.
So it is?
Yeah, it is a typo. It should be 3,000.
So it is down to 3,000
Yeah, it
for
is.
not exceeding that for all of them?
Correct.
Okay, so if that can be fixed on the plan. then-
Correct.
Good. Sarah, did you have any questions or comments?
I do not.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
EV, electric for vehicles, are you doing anything on the site? for
Yes,
that?
we have actually, I think, 4. Yeah, but then there's one in the back parking, but that's not for public use. Yeah, there's two proposed.
For the public?
Yes.
And you're going to do stuff for, because you might have all electric vehicles, someday.
I'm sorry, say that again?
Well, you might have all electric vehicles, so you may have to do a lot of charging, I don't.
Well, that's part of the changes that Central Hudson had asked us to do, based on those utility changes in positioning from the building, that they actually have their own transformer specific for its own service for future of EV.
Okay, so you're going to put in ductwork now?
We'll just have the transformer set, and at that point in time, it'll have to be retrenched for new conduit to any future locations if the manufacturer pushes us in a direction that we have to. Unfortunately, we've asked that question directly to Hyundai, and they don't have anything more than we have currently proposed and at the existing facility.
Well, you would have talked to New York State.
That's true. The Charger we are proposing are high-speed.
I wanted to get a sense from the board and from our consultants as well on whether the board should be thinking about scheduling a public hearing on, this is actually both the amendments to the approved site development plan, but it's also the re-subdivision lot line realignments, and whether we might want to think about scheduling a public hearing for the September 14th meeting and give the public an opportunity to weigh in on the changes and everything.
We're going to have, right now we have one, so this will be the second one?
Well, we've had a public hearing on the original.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, you mean we have one scheduled, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah, they seem to go well in pairs, right? No, seriously, anyone have any further thoughts on whether we should hold a public hearing on this?
Yes, I'd like to.
Yeah, we could do that.
John, what do you think?
In light of the public hearing process that this went through previously, I'm not sure what new issues might come up. However, there are different components, including the subdivision and lot line realignment. So if the board feels that it's necessary, I just fear that we're going to open up a can of worms that may not necessarily need to be opened again.
If I may, Chairman?
Sure.
So with regard to the revised lot line approval, I would just submit that under your code, you're able to waive the requirement for a public hearing due to the fact that there are no lots being created, there are no new streets that will be created or affected, and they are common owners, so it's a lot line realignment, and so I would just again suggest and ask you take that under advisement to waive the public hearing in that regard. As for the site plan, I would also ask that you take under advisement that you're able, under your code, to waive the public hearing for non-substantial amendments to the site plan, and I think that we've gone through the different changes, amendments, and they are not significant. They don't affect the public. They're all on-site, and as we have said, most of those are improvements to the site. They're not anything that negatively affects any of the property owners that surround this project.
Sarah, any thoughts?
I would agree with the lot line as far as exercising the board's discretion to waive the public hearing in that regard because no new lots are being created. I think that would be appropriate. If the board so chooses to have a public hearing, it could perhaps limit it to the changes that have occurred. But given the feedback and what the changes have been and the comments from the engineer, if they are not substantial and they do not have a public impact, then I think it would be appropriate to waive the public hearing in total. And also, given our discussion about adopting the prior neg deck, I think that that has relevance as well, because if there's no change to that and you're not reviewing the environmental issues, then that's something else to consider. Thank you, Chair.
So hearing all that, what do you guys think?
I actually agree that I think, looking at what they've presented to us, makes a lot of sense of what they did, and I would actually say that I don't believe we need another public hearing for this. So I would be against another public hearing.
Anthony,
I think we need a public hearing.
one on each hand. Fred?
Sitting through those public hearings, if they're going to bring up all the old stuff, it's going to be a long meeting. If it's only limited,
Meeting's already long.
I know that, so, but it's going to be limited to what they can talk about, but I don't know how we can control that. So.
I affirm hand of the chair and the gavel. Bob, what do you think? There seems to be sort of a split decision on here. But that's why I'd like to hear from everybody with a kind of a yay or a nay.
Well, like I said, if it was limited to certain things, I guess, but I don't know if it's really worth.
So that's a third hand, that's a maybe.
That's more of a no.
You would go with no hearing. And Kevin?
I think the primary reason for a hearing would have been if there was a big impact to the number of lots in the lot line revisions. The rest of it, especially some of the minimal changes, now that we call the wall a minimal change, is positive, are all positive. So there's really no impact to the public. So I vote no.
All right, that sounds like the consensus, well, not consensus, but the majority opinion is no public hearing necessary.
Good job.
Okay, that's what I'm hearing. All right. So I think we've gotten through everything, so just, I guess you'll need to address CPL's additional engineering comments, and then we've also authorized any additional communication between you and CPL regarding any utility changes if those come up, but also I think that would apply to anything if you have questions or need to confer on any of the things he submitted in his memo.
How do we, are we going to adopt the prior resolution? I was just curious, what's our next move?
Well, so I think the way the resolution would be handled is we would have to authorize our attorney to draft a resolution of, an amended site plan. I think probably we would want to wait and get the additional final materials that John has requested for the next meeting, and then...
Well, we'll have them ready. We can see.
Yeah. And then we could look at those and put everything together, and then authorize our consultants to do a draft resolution for the October meeting. So since there won't be a public hearing, it would be...
September?
It's September. No?
September would be,
Submit for September, they would look at it at the September meeting and then vote on to draft a resolution to be voted on in October.
Right, that's what
So
I'm
we
thinking.
submit the resolution until they see your new submission.
All right, so we submit for the 14th.
Right.
However, it won't be voted on until October.
Right.
Okay.
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 All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, let's get to the next item. Duchess Storage, formerly known as Cube Smart Self-Storage, Site Development Plan, and Special Use Permit. Board review submission made by the Reverend's representative on July 26, 2023. Welcome back.
Good evening, long time no see.
A different team, but...
Different team, I'm filling in for Nick Ward-Willis, for the record. Are we,
We got Jody.
yeah.
Oh, yeah. So that's right, so Jody will be taking back over, so BJ, you'll go back to your alternate status. Thanks for filling in. All right, while she's coming in, why don't you, well, I just wanted to mention, of course, we just adopted a resolution of preliminary approval and special use permit last meeting. So the applicant is now requesting that the board consider adoption of a resolution of final site development plan approval. So please explain.
I will explain. So at the last meeting, the July 13th meeting, there was a preliminary resolution that was adopted, and they were basically, there were several conditions. We have to address the May 31st engineering comments, which we believe we have. It required us to get the outside agency approvals. That's from DOT, DOH, and anything in the EAF. The EAF did not have really any approvals. DOT, we are constantly in communication with. That's in flux for reasons that have been discussed. And DOH, there was a minor hiccup, but...
Excuse me 1 second.
Yes.
She's leaving, so you want to appoint him back in.
Oh, you are leaving, Jody? All right, so why don't we appoint VJ back in in case we need votes. Thank you. Thanks, Jody.
I'm sorry if I can't hear.
I can't hear, I can't see.
All right, sorry for the interruption.
Absolutely not a problem. So what I was saying was we believe we have complied with the conditions in the preliminary approval. DOT, again, constant communication, that's a constantly in flux as well. DOH, minor hiccup, but we're really, we believe that can be easily resolved. And EAF, any agency approvals in the EAF, there weren't any agency approvals in the EAF. Pay all fees to the town, of course, that goes without saying, no one's skipping town here. There are the escrow accounts for that purpose. So we respectfully submit that we have satisfied the conditions in the preliminary approval, and for that reason today we are seeking final approval.
All right, why don't we ask John to go through CPL's memo and go from there.
Sure. Memo dated August 15th. General comments about the outside agency approvals that are still outstanding. We talked about at the last meeting how the DOT plans to install a roundabout in that location where the statue is. And during the meeting that I attended with the applicants and DOT, they asked that the emergency access be eliminated. We're just asking that we get some kind of okay from the fire department that there's going to be no emergency access. I don't think they'll have an issue given that it's DOT's request, but we should have something for the record.
As a side, I did reach out to Cassandra Bibbo. I asked Cassandra if we could convert that emergency into a slip lane into the project, because our fear is if they extend the roadway past our entrance, they may prohibit us from making lefts into the site. So somebody coming from the east, the only way into the site, you'd have to go into the A&P parking lot, turn around, and come back. So what we suggested to them is to leave that emergency as a slip into the site. So if you're coming from the east, you can go through the roundabout and get into the site that way. I've asked her twice, she's not responded. I will keep the board abreast. It would be part of the DOT permit for that work, because as I think we've talked about it, if they extend that double lane, they're going to stop us from making lefts, not just to us, but to the feed store as well. So what we're considering is leaving that access in, but making it a slip lane into our site. If you were to use that roundabout headed east on 52, you could slip into the site instead of having to go into town or into the A&P parking lot, turn around and come back in. She's yet to respond. I think they're taking her.
Yeah, I mean, that sounds like a good idea, and if DOT is agreeable to that, then I don't think the fire department would certainly have no problem with that either, so.
You know you're an old time when you say A&P.
Yeah,
30 years ago.
That's all I know.
So, yeah, I guess we would have to figure out a way to word the conditions in the resolution when we get to that to address that access, as well as just the details that have to be worked out with DOT on the sidewalk and other things like that. But-
Yeah, and I can work with their office to come up with wording that makes sense.
Yeah, yeah, as long as, if that would be available as a, what would have been an emergency access for the fire department, and then as long as they can still get in there, that would probably be a good thing.
Yeah, we think it serves their needs, it actually serves the site's needs, and we think it eliminates a possible problem, because people are just gonna make a left to get into the site, and we're concerned about that and the Blue Feet, because our entrance is right next to their entrance, as you know, so.
Use the mic.
Yes.
Yeah, our video guys saying they can't hear you on TV, sorry.
There ain't no whisper. Okay.
Thanks, Mark.
So I mean, I was thinking, but I'm rethinking it as well, about whether that access on the easternmost side could be shown maybe as a conceptual access on a alternate site plan kind of a thing.
Would it be all right if I find out from them, they may say no right up front.
True, and if they say no soon enough, then we'll know.
Yep.
Which will kind of bring back the question that, you should at least communicate with the fire district to see one way or the other whether they're going to be comfortable with it.
Okay.
Yeah, so getting back to the memo, the remainder of our comments are essentially clarifications. We asked that they provide some information about there's one area, Mark, did you look at this comment?
Oh, you're talking about yeah, there's a fence, we put a fence, there has to be a fence around the site because it's a storage. We did not put the fence on the retaining wall block, because anytime if that gets impacted by a vehicle, it just rolls the block over. So we kept it off to the side. It was something we did under the prior application. I mean, there will be a 10-inch gap because of the batter in the wall. I don't know what to do there other than put big signs on there, don't step in this hole. I don't, it's just something, I really would rather not put the fence up on the block, only because if you plow, you're gonna hit the fence, you're gonna dislodge the top block.
In that area, how high is the wall? Well, I guess it wouldn't matter. You still might have that issue. I mean, it's a relatively minor concern, but it still is. See if there's anything you can do to, because it is a gap. I mean, there is going to be a gap there. I'm not sure how you address it either, but maybe you can come up with something creative.
Okay. Okay.
And then, again, they addressed all the SWIP comments that we had, not that we had many, but we did ask them to consider looking at our suggestion about the block pavement. Is that something you've?
The Nicolak pavement, the stone that's under there is a frost-free stone.
Okay.
It's, I don't remember the number, but it's sizable, and its whole purpose is, it has such a high porosity, the water can't wick up into it, and that's partly why we went with that product. And the other thing we had done out there is a number of deep test pits under their prior application. The groundwater's way down, and it's a very nice run abate material.
Okay, I mean, maybe just provide, since we weren't part of the review of the original application, if you just provide that may be enough to
make that go away.
Okay, I will give you what we had in the last one.
Okay. That's all I have.
So one of the things John mentioned in the memo was the location and size of all signs will be included in the future submission. How soon will we be able to see that?
I mean, we can resubmit, well, I'm sorry, when's it due, Debbie? Excuse me.
August 30th for September 14th.
Yeah, I think we can make it. I mean, they're not very much, they're not major.
So, okay, hearing that, I think, well, first let me just ask the board if there are any questions or comments on what we've heard so far, and then I'll have a couple of motions to suggest.
No comments.
Sarah, anything?
No, thank you, Chair.
And Mr. Chair, to that extent, I will respectfully ask if there is a possibility I have copies of the prior final resolution that we could walk through today together and condition it on filling in at a later date with Dominic or Sarah or whoever is involved in it, only for the sake of, this is a unique project. The project received approval in 2017. The site is something that everyone wants to see cleaned up, so we want to get there. We hope that we've developed some kind of trust here since we've stepped in. We think that we're getting close to winter time a little bit, and construction obviously in the winter is not the easiest thing to do. So the way we sort of view it is, if we reverse engineer, let's say December 15th cutoff for construction for the winter, if it takes 60 days for any framing or anything like that, that puts us at October 15th approximately to get vendors, but we also still need financing, so let's say that's 30 days, that puts us at September 15th, which is really the next meeting. So we want to sort of accelerate the process in a way that makes it feasible to achieve the financing and to get this done for the town in a way that is expeditious as possible.
So one of the motions I was going to ask for was to authorize our planning board attorney to prepare a draft resolution of conditional final approval for consideration at the September 14th meeting, but it would obviously be contingent on, receiving sign details in particular. I think is probably the big one in my mind, at least, and probably also, if you have the information about that second access, either yes or no.
I mean, I know what I want to do, but I don't know if I have their blessing by then.
Yeah, and those might have to be things we add as conditions in the approval in some way. I think we probably have the previous final resolution in our record somewhere, right, Debbie?
Sure, of course.
Of course.
And we could provide, if for some reason you can't locate it.
For the prior project or for the?
For the Cube Smart project.
Sure we do.
2017, I could send a copy if you guys need. And in that resolution, by the way, for the signs, it was, there was a paragraph in it basically saying signs are not 100% certain right now, but, no signs will be constructed before a sign permit is applied for and you appear before the board and all that stuff, so conceptually signs make sense.
Something similar will be in the final.
Without a tenant, you just don't know what's going to happen.
So the first motion I was going to ask to consider was waiving an additional public hearing for the final site development plan for Duchess Storage proposal because final plans have not changed substantially from the preliminary plans. And there were also no substantive comments made at the preliminary public hearing. So if the board agrees with that, would somebody like to make a motion to that effect?
Second.
Anthony moves that, and Felix seconds it. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? So no public hearing. So Sarah, do you think we're at a point where we can authorize our planning board attorney to prepare a draft resolution of final approval based on what we've been talking about?
Yes, Chair. I would believe that's appropriate.
And then if anything comes up at the September 14th meeting, again, we'll have it, but we don't have to approve it.
Yes.
So is there a motion to authorize the planning board attorney to prepare a draft resolution of conditional final site development plan approval for Duchess Storage for the planning board's consideration at the September 14th meeting?
So moved.
Was that Fred?
Yep.
Is there a second?
Second.
Bob seconds it. Sorry. Any further discussion?
No.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Hearing none, that passes 7-0. So we'll see you on September 14th.
Mark? Just a reminder, one thing we'll need, which wasn't part of the resolution of the previously approved project, is an estimate of the site improvements to be bonded, and also an estimate of the landscaping improvements.
Okay.
Good catch.
Oh, right, I forgot about that, sorry,
We'll
John.
need that as part of the submission, so we can include that in the draft, right?
And I believe the inspection fee is also based on,
Correct.
to some degree, on estimates of the project.
Right.
Improvement, so, yep. And we have been making a practice of including all those numbers in the final resolution.
So we'll submit that as part of this, Okay.
Yeah, that would be good.
And that's August 30th, right, Debbie?
Correct.
August 30th, September 14th. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you. Thanks for coming.
Yeah, the computer was making some weird noises up here.
I'm not on that job right now. That's
All
the
right.
first job. Thank you.
We're getting late, but we have one remaining item.
And then there was one.
Continental Commons. Continental Commons, site development plan, special use permit, and re-subdivision lot line realignment. Board to review submission made by the applicant's representative on July 26, 2023. So, welcome. One thing I wanted to mention was a couple of meetings ago, we already had talked about the applicant submitting a plan for the removal of the felled trees on the site. That went back to the June meeting, actually. And so that plan still has not been submitted, and the felled trees are still visible on the site. So we certainly hope that such a plan can be ready for the board to look at the September 14th meeting, so that the trees can be removed from the site as soon as possible in a safe and ecologically sound way. And I think without that, we're going to be we're going to be hard pressed to really start considering other things.
Well, let me address that then, Mr. Chairman. And for the record, David Cooper, a partner with the law firm of Zarin and Steinmetz, here representing the applicant. Good to see everybody. We're here tonight on a final site plan and lot line adjustment application. The application itself, or the project itself, is substantially similar. In fact, there have been no changes since the board has adopted a negative declaration and issued preliminary site plan approval. And so tonight, the request is for the board to, as you've done with similar applications tonight, waive the public hearing because there have been no changes whatsoever, not even substantial changes, there haven't been changes, and that this project's already been well vetted, and direct your consultants to draft a resolution of final approval. I say that, Mr. Chairman, well, let me just,
Go right ahead, and I understand what you're saying, but that's not going to happen.
Well, Mr. Chairman, hold on, let me.
No, hold on.
No, because I'm getting to the point you're making, right? The question about the felling of the trees, if the removal of the trees have already been felled. The removal of the trees is going to occur in connection with the construction rather than in connection now with, or at a separate point. There you would just be asking for more trucks to come to the site and more disturbance. And so the thought was, well, at this point, since we are at the final stages, why not just do that with the construction itself? So that's one. The second point is, Mr. Chairman, there are no conditions in your preliminary approval that says the trees have to be removed before you can move forward on final approval. In fact, there's nothing in your code that would permit you to do that. Right, and there's nothing in the code that could permit you to do that.
I'm just saying we're looking for some cooperation from the applicant because those trees now have been there for quite a while and they're becoming quite unsightly and the public is not happy about it. So, and this may not go as quickly as you might expect it to go. So we're going to need to talk a lot about all the conditions that still remain to be fulfilled, and I don't think all of them are going to be able to be carried over into the final approval as conditions.
Well, that's what I'm here for tonight.
That's what we're going to talk about tonight. But I also wanted to talk about the felled trees and hopefully that they can be removed sooner than the actual construction is going to occur.
Okay, and then...
And we need the plan that Stuart Messinger told us they were working on June, July, August, 3 months ago now.
All right, well, then, message is heard, that will be given back to the client. Let's move on to the conditions, because really that's what I'm here for tonight.
Yep, so why don't you review your submission? I'm sure we've all taken a close look at it, and move on from there.
Sure. So, with respect to the conditions of approval, we submitted a letter on July 26th, which identifies the status of each of the outstanding conditions. Most of them have been satisfied. The only really outstanding conditions, except for the county, is the restrictive covenants or easements or agreements that have been in the planning board's possession since December, or if there were comments that were received in a meeting in January, they were revised in March. And so if the board is saying to us, look, we're not going to move this forward until you complete those conditions, we need you, the board, to direct your consultants, whether it be the planning board attorney or the town attorney, to issue the comments, because we've been waiting for them for over a year, or almost a year, excuse me.
We'll get to that in a little while, but one thing I can tell you now is we can certainly direct our requests to our own planning board attorney. We can't exactly direct or order the town attorney to do anything. That's the town board's attorney, and while we can request, we can't say, do it.
No, but the board can then move forward, because you can't hold an applicant.
We'll talk about
in
that,
limbo.
because I have some specific ideas that I want to run by the board on which conditions can be carried over to final and which ones shouldn't be. And so we'll talk about that. But if you want to go through your letter in a little bit, not a lot of detail.
Well, it's 11:10, or about to be almost 11:10.
Right.
I'm happy to if the board wants me to, but, it's a pretty comprehensive letter. I'd rather run or jump to all of the, any conditions that you think need to be discussed, but happy to.
All right. Well, there's no CPL memo for tonight's meeting, but I did want to just ask John whether you have any observations or comments at this point that you wanted to make.
No, I mean, we had the last time we looked through the documents, I don't exactly remember the month of our letter, but we only had one minor comment, and they did rectify that, so rather than provide a memo saying we have no further comments, we just opted not to provide a memo.
That makes sense. I had a couple of questions. Actually, this is for Debbie and maybe Sarah, whether typically would we do a GML referral to send to the county for a final site development plan? There are only minor revisions from the preliminary plan.
They won't take...
They won't even consider it.
No,
Yeah.
once they issue their initial comments, as you know and we've discussed, I hate to sound like I'm repeating myself. They don't like to look at revised plans, they will look at it from start to finish as if it's brand new. So they won't look at it again, unless you request it, which I would have to put a full package as if it just walked in the door.
No, the only minor revisions from the preliminary plan are things like provision of an easement for village water service at the visitor center, and updated language and notes on mechanical stripping that appear on the plan. So, I think I've taken a look at the final plan submittal that was made, and it definitely appears that all of the things that we typically look at, size and intensity of uses, circulation and access, landscaping, lighting, are consistent with the approved preliminary plans. So the big question I have for the board really before we get into the, the actual conditions that we're going to talk about, is whether the planning board should hold a public hearing on the final site development plan approval. So I know I've already talked with one or two of the planning board members, and there probably are some differences of opinion here, but so, the town code certainly says the planning board may waive a public hearing for final site plan approval if a hearing was held at the preliminary stage. So that's discretionary. It's up to us to decide. But I'll just mention the planning board held a combined public hearing on all the proposed actions on June 13th, 2019, closed the hearing without objection after all persons were heard. An additional period for written comments through June 14th, 2019. This was after 3 separate public written comment periods on potential environmental impacts of the project held in March 2016 through August 2016. A negative deck was made pursuant to SECRA, adopted by the board on April 11th, 2019, with an amended deck adopted on December 12th, 2019. So that's all documented in the resolution of preliminary approval. But I would like to hear from each planning board member on your thoughts on whether we should hold another public hearing on this.
I can start, Mr. Chairman.
Sure, Felix.
I don't see any significant changes here. Pretty much the same as what we approved. We had an extensive public hearing, and we had lots of written comments. So I don't see if there's, unless barring that there's anything significant or anything new that would make us change our determination one way or the other, I don't see a need for another public hearing at all. So I'm really against having another public hearing on this one.
Anthony? Fred, all right, Anthony?
I think less has changed here than changed on Healy, so by that extension, I don't think we need another public hearing.
Bob?
Well, I know that they have had a lot of significant things about it, but I know that there was a little bit of a thing about water usage and where the water was coming from and back and forth. So, I mean, other than that, I mean, there is a change there because it's the water's coming from the village and not from the town.
That's not
It's always
changed.
coming from the village.
Yeah, hold on, can I just make a,
It's not a change.
No,
yeah.
no.
I go with the majority, not needed for a public hearing.
Kevin?
I'm very ambivalent on this one. I think there is still a significant amount of controversy in the folks in the town surrounding this project. So given that level of controversy, it's always good, and the last public hearing was years ago, so it's perhaps good to get people's perspective. Maybe it's changed. On the other hand, from what we've seen in terms of the documentation and the plan, not much has changed. There continue to be small controversies that crop up that, like the water issue that we're talking about. But so my ambivalence here is I'm torn between the fact of the controversy in the town and the issues that are limited that we can really. So the public hearing would be rehashing some of the things that we've already addressed, and it would cause a significant amount of consternation, or it has the possibility of that. So, I realize I haven't given you an answer, Mr. Chairman, but these are my thoughts. So if I was to err, I'd err on not having the meeting, because there's really been no change.
Yeah, I think you verbalized what my thinking has been too, that, I can see both sides of it. But again, I think I'm coming down a little bit more on the side of we've had substantial opportunity for public input during the preliminary stages, and I know the public would love another opportunity for public input into the process. But again, if there are no substantial changes to the plan, I guess I would have to side on the majority of the board's feeling that no additional public hearing is necessary. I don't know, what do you think, Sarah, just in terms of what you've heard so far?
Well, I wasn't here for the first one, so I can't speak to
Yeah.
how that went. But
That wasn't
given
the
what...
first one.
Actually, a number of the planning board members were not here for that either, but I'm sure they were familiar with it.
Well, so am I, and I've never even lived in Fishkill. I'm in Poughkeepsie, and we know your project. But I think given the discussion about the earlier application, the changes with this application, if there was nothing substantial, look, I'm all for the public giving their feedback, but you've gotten it and you received it with the first application. So if there's nothing else that they would speak to that has changed substantially with this application, then I think it's appropriate, again, to waive the public hearing. Thank you.
So I'm going to do this. I don't know that if we normally would have a specific motion to waive the public hearing on the final site development plan, but if somebody would like to make a motion to that effect, waiving the public hearing.
We have to have a motion to waive it a public hearing?
Well, I don't know that we have to, but in this case, it might be a good idea to have it on the record.
I'll make that motion.
And I'll second it.
Felix moves it, Fred seconds it, and this would be for waiving the public hearing. Any further discussion?
No.
All in favor of waiving the public hearing, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, so that passes 7-0. So the public hearing is waived. So status of completion of the conditions, why don't we get to that finally? So I went over the applicant's letter. Here's my thoughts on what I think are conditions in the preliminary approval that should be completed prior to the planning board granting final approval and not carried over as conditions in the final resolution. So again, one of them that I think is the most important is County Health Department approval of water supply and sewage disposal. And that's really getting to this issue about where the water's coming from. Is there adequate capacity? There have been a lot of comments and information and misinformation passed around on that. But it's ultimately up to the County Health Department to approve that water supply and sewage disposal.
Mr. Chairman, can I just be heard on that point?
Yep, you certainly may.
Thank you. So there has been a lot of incorrect information thrown about and an alleged controversy, but there isn't if you look at the facts. And thankfully I'm before this board because that's all you can do is look at the facts. There isn't insufficient water capacity for the Blodgett Water District, right? There's already an agreement between the town and the village as to where the Blodgett Water District gets its water. It's from the village, right? And every year, there's a paragraph 5 in that agreement which says we can adjust the amount of water for the Blodgett Water District, right? The village has already issued a letter, which you have in your record, which indicates that they have 1.5 million gallons per day of excess capacity to provide to the Blodgett Water District or to the project itself individually. So people have been saying, well, there's now there's some changing the project and now there's more water demand. That's not the case. The demand of water that this board studied and reached a negative declaration for and issued preliminary approval in 2019 is the exact same demand today. Right? The water district itself, the existing users might be using more water, but that's not this project. Right? The only question that's before the county is, well, is there sufficient water in the system? And the answer is yes. So I understand that there's talk out there about this issue. It's a red herring, but from a planning board perspective, and that's all I'm dealing with tonight, is from a planning board perspective, you can't delay the approval based on that unsubstantiated and factually incorrect
I'm going to
position.
stop you right there. That's not at all why I listed that item on this list.
Then maybe I misunderstood.
The reason is because, number one, it's something we typically do in final resolutions, and number two, we definitely want to get that sign-off from county health department before we actually go through with a resolution of final approval.
And as long as it's not based on the issue that some people have identified, then...
I only raise that because that issue is being discussed out there, and that is not something we're going to discuss further tonight, and so I hope you don't try to.
Me? No, I don't want to keep discussing this because it's not an issue.
That's it. That's enough. So the next four items are things that our planning board attorney would have to review. One of them is the Visitor Center Statement of Use Agreement. Another is the amendment to the restrictive covenant for the Visitor Center area. Another is the revised Special Event Management Protocol template. Those three are all, I think, very important items core to the site plan that the planning board approved, and things that I think we want to make sure are done. I know that our planning board attorney, Mr. Cordisco, has those now.
Okay.
We will make a special request to him to prioritize those.
We appreciate it.
And then the other one is the burial area conservation easement, which we reviewed with you last meeting. And Mr. Cordisco had submitted his memo to the board with his recommendations. We discussed that, substantially at the last meeting. The only thing is there were some suggestions that I think we did discuss that didn't make it into the so-called signed agreement that you had provided us.
That's correct.
So one of them was the in Mr. Cordisco's memo, he had suggested to record the conservation easement upon the release of the signed site development plan. And then you had suggested, rather than that, you proposed doing that recording contemporaneously with the issuance of the first certificate of occupancy for a building in the Continental Commons project. But that wording was not carried through into that signed easement.
Oh, I didn't, Mr. Chairman, I didn't think we had to, because that's a condition of that's going to be in your condition of approval, right? The parties wouldn't, you don't typically put in an easement, when we're going to record, other than there's a duty to record.
Well, but that wording is in there. It just isn't that wording that we agreed to. There's, let me see if I can quickly find it, because I don't want to dwell on this too much.
Yeah, I mean, I think that issue is not a big issue for the applicant. It's just if the agreement is to record it before the building permit, we'd say is if you want to put that in your approval, then that's still, we're okay with that requirement.
Well, while I'm looking, the other thing that I know the board had talked about revising in the easement, let's see if I can find this. getting late, so forgive me, but... The planning board had requested that wording revisions be made on page 3, section 3B of the easement, adding the words "or structures" after the word "buildings" in the first sentence so that it reads, "There shall be no temporary or permanent buildings or structures constructed or placed on the burial area." And then again on page 7, that same phrasing, adding the word "structures" after "buildings." That's in page 7, section 11, fourth line of the first sentence. So that would read that the conservation easement would not permit additional buildings or structures to be constructed in the burial area. So I noticed that the word "or structures" was not added in those two places.
I think it was just a matter of timing, Mr. Chairman, because by the time, let me just finish, please.
Well, I guess the question was, why was it resubmitted now as a, finalized document when it's still being reviewed?
No, because the party the other party to it has signed it, and it's been finalized. They've approved the language that's before you.
I guess I'm wondering why that happened.
In terms of timing, it was just, they were already reviewing by the time we were before you. But if the issue of structures, I mean, frankly, I think it's ice and winter in terms of what's required there, but I don't think that that's a big issue. If you're saying go back to the applicant and say, can you please add "or structures" to those two paragraphs, I'll make the request and we can see what we can do. I don't think that's a big issue.
So again, I think that's why that item, the burial area conservation easement, would be one of those items that we need to get. Since Mr. Cordisco took the time and the effort to provide comments, we never heard back from him on, our after discussion on this, after the meeting on July 13th. So I'd like to make sure he's okay with everything that we're talking about with that. So that's why that's a fifth item that I would not see carrying over into the final approval, and I also don't see it as being quite completed yet, although we did discuss it.
Well, let me just, so we're clear as to what needs to be, what you're asking to be changed. You want in there, making it clear that the document would be recorded prior to the issuance of a building permit.
So, let's see, yeah, that's, yeah, this is where Mr. Cordisco and you agreed, he agreed with your suggestion that the recording of the conservation easement being prior to the issuance of the first building permit for the project, rather than release of the signed development plan.
Which is, I mean, we can, well, let me see if I can put that in there. If not, I mean, I'm making a representation that we're in agreement with that if it's a condition of approval. So that,
I think it would make sense to have it right in the easement, just so it's referenced that way easier.
And then section 3B and 7.
Yeah, page 7, section 11.
11, okay. Or structures.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I think the other pertinent conditions in the resolution of preliminary that I didn't list can be carried over, that's my opinion anyway, into the resolution of conditional final.
Okay.
Again, as I mentioned previously, we would make a special request to Mr. Cordisco to make sure that he gives the 5 things I did list top priority for getting his comments or recommendations done very quickly.
We appreciate that. And so he's got homework, I've got homework. And that's clear. Okay.
So, all right, I'll just ask the board members if you have any questions or if you're still awake for this, this part of the meeting, because it is getting quite late. And I think I got through everything I wanted to mention.
Yeah.
Sarah, any questions or? thoughts at this point?
No, I know that there are a few things before the town board attorney as well for review, as far as the stormwater maintenance agreement, correct?
Yeah, I mean, again, those were submitted in December of 2022, so I understand the board is saying they can't direct, but we'd asked in your office to please
Understood.
expedite that.
And that was one reason I didn't feel that we should hold the applicant up on that one, or any others that may be before the town attorney, because that does tend to take a little bit longer.
And we appreciate that.
Okay, no other comments then, thank you.
Okay. John, anything else to add?
No, I'm ready to go.
All right. Okay, well, thanks for being patient with being at the end of the meeting, but we made it through, and I think we're okay.
Okay, good to see you all. We'll see you on the 14th.
All right. All right, I think that does it for the agenda. Anything else that board members want to bring up right now, other than motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Is there a second?
Yes.
All right, I think we're out of here.
Good stuff. Good work, Mr. Chairman.